Good morning, everyone, and a very, very warm welcome to all of you. Many thanks for joining our fifth seminar organized by the Architecture and Urbanism Research Group at the University of Leeds on the topic of management and protection of cultural heritage against human risks. My name is Jihan Salim. I'm the Hoffman Wood Professor of Architecture at the University of Leeds and leading the Architecture and Urbanism Group at the university. Once again, I am extremely delighted to have you all participating in the seminar today, and many thanks for joining us from all over the world. I would just like to start by a brief introduction about our research group and what we do. The group was founded in 2018, and we have over 23 members between PhD students and early career researchers and members of staff. We are a multidisciplinary group interested in conducting research and practice in architecture in relation to the built environment. So we understand architecture as a human and societal construct that covers a broad spectrum of social, cultural, and technical aspects around the historic buildings, the objects, the tangible and the intangible heritage. So our key interest is in creating creative explorations and understanding the relationships between the built environment, the process, and the products. The research we conduct ranges from architectural and urban design interpretations, policies and guidelines, up to interventions and engagement on a grassroots level. We're very interested in bottom-top approaches and participatory approaches and working closely with communities and specifically marginalized communities in the Global South. We do lead a number of pioneering projects that spans across multiple cities in the Global South, with a wider umbrella to respond and to align to the SDGs of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which represents a wide range and array of aspiration for the work that we do. The group is also very active in hosting and delivering public engagement events, conferences, seminars like our seminar series, that this is one of them, workshops, training, and policy toolkits to provide opportunities for networking and scholarly exchange. We do have, as I mentioned, a large cohort of excellent PhD students who are leading the organization of seminars like this. So back to our seminar, as I mentioned, this is our fifth seminar organized by the group member, Fatma H.Seila, we had our first one on heritage, memory, and identity in 2020. Our second seminar was on smart heritage and sustainable cities in 2022. In 2023, we had already two seminars, one on culture and diversity and the meaning of home, and the latest one was on belonging and students' experience in higher education institutions. The seminar today is designed and organized to emphasize the design on the theme of protection and management of cultural heritage against human risks. But why is the seminar important, and why is it timely, and why this is an important topic? In recent times, we have seen the increased damage to person and property, which is often focused on the headlines of the news and the media, the BBC, all across the world, which is the destruction of cultural heritage. Actually, the targeting of cultural heritage is not a historic problem, as we know, but it continues to be a feature of many recent conflicts and wars. Since the destruction of the Bamiyan Buddha statue in the Taliban in Afghanistan in 2001, there has been a deliberate and systematic act against cultural heritage aspects, specifically the tangible side, which have spread to a considerable extent. The destruction has really become a hallmark of recent conflicts in the Middle East and North Africa in countries such as Syria, Libya, Iraq, Yemen, and Mali, and the examples of endless, and I'll just touch base on some of them. In 2022, for example, the latest conflict and claimed by Russia has been deliberately targeting Ukrainian cultural heritage, as we all know. And although this has been disputed, despite the Russian army has damaged or destroyed hundreds and hundreds of cultural, artistic, artifacts, scientific, educational, and religious institutions, museums, and sites. But this was described as part of a deliberate campaign of cultural heritage cleansing and aiming for erasing culture. In Iraq and in the city of Mosul, the Islamic State deliberately implemented a complete crime of destruction of churches and mosques, causing the loss of links to generations of the past. While these buildings can be rebuilt, these communities have lost heritage for a long time, and these buildings need to be preserved, passed down through generations. We have also seen the horrific reaction around the world when President Donald Trump, for example, tweeted on a day at the height of the USA's ongoing dispute on Iran, threatening the country's supreme cultural heritage when he threatened everyone to destroy some aspects of their cultural heritage. So as we have seen, heritage is seen and lived. It is what makes us humans. It gives us a sense of place and identity, but it's now becoming used as a weapon to show differences, as it's targeting minority religious groups, for example, their buildings and their history. So not to take you much long onto this, because we can be talking about this for long times, the seminar today has three main strands. The first is talking about human risks affecting the destruction of cultural heritage. The second is about managing human risks of cultural heritage. And the last is the prevention actions and policies against protecting cultural heritage against human risks. So not to take you long, we're so excited to see the topics and the range of talks that we're going to have today. And we have received a wide range of interest from scholars, from early career researchers around the world, not only from the UK. And because we do have limited time, we wanted to include everybody as we can. And we hope the seminar is a very great opportunity for us to exchange ideas, theories, practices, and case studies, and to help build a network of researchers sharing common interest on the topic of cultural heritage destruction. Many thanks for your contributions, everyone, and sharing your work from many cultural perspectives. And we appreciate the opportunity to virtually connect with you and from many parts of the world to exchange ideas. As you see from the program today, we have a full house of events and a long lineup of speakers today, so I will not go any further. We will have two main sessions today, which is the split of the seminar. In the first one, we have our first keynote speaker, Dr. Dhirgham Alobaydi from University of Baghdad. His talk will be followed by 5 speakers who will present their discourse about cultural heritage at risk and providing some global perspectives and conservation challenges. We will have a 15-minute break in between, and then we will start our second session with our keynote speaker, Dr. Rohit, the ICCROM project manager, and that will be followed by another 5 speakers who will discuss their discourses on cultural heritage resilience and insights and practices. So not to take much of your time, at the end of each panel, we will provide time for questions, and also feel free to type your questions in the chat box if you want as we go. And also we will allow taking questions verbally in the A&Q session. Without any further ado, I would hand over to Fatma to introduce our first keynote speaker, and we'll be back to chair the first session. So once again, welcome everybody and enjoy the seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. Jihan. Our first keynote speaker today is Dr. Dhirgham Alobaydi with the presentation titled Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage, Lessons from Old Old Baghdad. Welcome, Dr. Dhirgham, and you can start share your slides. Dr. Dhirgham is the head of the Department of Architecture Engineering at the University of Baghdad. He holds a Doctor of Philosophy and a Master of Architecture from the University of Kansas in the US. His research primarily focuses on the morphological development of Iraqi cities. Dr. Dhirgham is also deeply committed to preserving human heritage and historic cores. He led the Iraqi research group in the Heritage Project of Engagement Network project and has supervised many studies related to tangible and intangible cultural heritage. His work also contributes to enhancing the educational and communication functions of cities, promoting sustainable urban development. Thank you so much, Dr. Dhirgham, for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me in this great session. Today, I bring your attention to 3 shocking facts regarding our culture and heritage in Iraq. First, in the 1950s, over 60 Sabian and Christian families were master goldsmiths. Today, only 3 families continue this ancient craft. Since the establishment of modern Iraq in the 1930s, more than 110 shops was dedicated to copper products have decreased to just 4. This is the second fact. And the third one, Souq al-Safarin or Souq al-Safafir is always known by its clang of hammers, the lovely sound, the music of noise. It has faded. Only one artisan or craftsman remains in what was once a lovely market. These facts signify a serious threat of our cultural heritage, our cultural identity, and our cultural communities. So I will take you into a journey for exploring and understanding the intangible cultural heritage of what we called ICH from the city of Old Baghdad. So my presentation consists of 3 main parts. First, I would like to introduce some recognized definitions from global organization and talk briefly about the formation and transformation of old part of Baghdad. Then I will move to talk about most important and tangible cultural professions, including goldsmith and coppersmith. Finally, I will end up with the lessons of Baghdad, and we will see what we should do and what can be done in this regard. So many of you knew that intangible cultural heritage, ICH, refers to the living cultural traditions and expression passed down from one generation to another, and which are not tangible or physical in nature. Here are the 3 categories of definition highlighted that which are connected to each other in somehow. First, the narrow document of authenticity. ICH is rooted to community practices and reflect the cultural identity of communities. It consists of traditional oral history, performing arts, social practices, rituals, festive events, knowledge, and the practices concerning nature, and the universal traditional craftsmanship. Second, the Faro Convention, founded in 2005 by the Council of Europe, defines ICH as practices, knowledge, and skills recognized by community. It includes expressions, artifacts, and spaces emphasizing social cohesion and sustainable development. And here is the most recognized one, founded in 2003. The UNESCO one. ICH refers to the practices, representation, expressions, knowledge, skills, as well as objects, artifacts, and cultural spaces that communities, group, and in some cases, individuals recognize as part of the cultural heritage. Many of these expressions and terms and practices we can find in all part of Baghdad, which is one of the most important historic cores in the Middle East region and Arab lands as well. Considering Baghdad as the focal point of this presentation, we briefly explore the city historical evolution and transformation. Just to quickly show the strategic location in the ancient world where the city was founded for hundreds of years. This has lain along the historic paths of caravans from the ancient world, including the Silk Road, the famous one, the trade one from China, Great China, to Western Europe. So here are the most important morphological phases founded over the time with the city of Baghdad, since the round city of Abbasi Caliphate up to date, the mega city, you know nowadays. So there are four periods divided the history of Baghdad: Arab Islamic cities, colonization, modernization, and post-modernization. The round city in the first phase was rose to architectural splendor under the Abbasi Caliphate, but it fell down ruined by Mongols invasion in 1258. Then during the colonial era, when the British invaded Baghdad, the city was restructured using iron grid street network and rectangular urban subdivisions for controlling and expanding purposes. As you see here, the streets stretch along the two banks of the river. And this impacted the historic layout. Strategic planning was implemented to control the city forms and manage the growth processes, reshaping its urban landscape according to colonial interest. In the third part, when modernization, the building new states like Iraq in the 1950s adopted modern planning models led to functional zoning and high-rise development, transforming Baghdad while raising concerns about the preserved cultural heritage, because many of the gridiron, many of concrete buildings were taking place in the historic cores, what we call Or Safa and Or Kar. As you see in the left, this is the walled city, the remained city from the round city. The black colors, as you see, this is the built-up area, while the white is open area. As you see how the built-up densities were impacted from this part to another. And these urban change and development also eliminated some historical urban factories of the historic cores, erasing valuable remnants of the city parts. The last phase, postmodernism nowadays, when the democracy system arrived in 2003, capital system-driven development in Baghdad, converting many open spaces and great areas into malls, commercial zoning, and housing projects, reshaping the cityscape. The city witnessed many processes of urban sprawl in the urban age and periphery, combined by zoning change that further transformed its spatial layout. However, imagine a city steeped in history, where every corner tells a story of the past. Baghdad, with its rich materials, rich heritage, embodies this legacy. However, despite facing economic and security challenges throughout Iraq's history in the modern phases, the city charm has endured. Yet, this charm is fading. Why? Why it's fading and fading and fading more and more? Because our historical sites, our buildings, our culture are falling into disrepair due to neglect and wars. Even civil wars and civil conflicts occurred last 2 decades. Many parts were eliminated entirely, others in the bad conditions. But here is the thing, these sites are invaluable. They embody our essence, reflecting our history, craft, professions, myths, rituals, tradition, passion, and oral heritage passed from one generation to another. ICH is the lively cause, is the lively chaos, the lively music of chaos of Souq al-Safafir, and the shiny scenes of An-Nahar streets, where the gold jewels and copper utensils are made. Despite the challenge that we are facing, our intangible heritage remains resilient. It shapes our present and future. To know more and more and more about our ICH, I interviewed 5 goldsmiths, the remaining 1, and 3 coppersmiths. I can tell that these talks were not just tales, not just stories. They were gateways into challenges faced and opportunity discoveries. I asked simple questions, direct questions during the interviews, which were unstructured, to let them talk and talk and talk. Some of these questions are included, but not limited to: Why is gold and copper working decline? Why are shops vanishing? What drives you to stay here and fight for survival? Why do families leave and stay to buy craft stuff? After analyzing and getting these responses, 5 important aspects of goldsmith and coppersmith are sharing these topics: cultural networks, workplaces, support, new generations, and income, the source of living. First one, cultural networks. These crafts are part of our cultural heritage. Goldsmith techniques are traditionally passed down from one generation to another, especially in Sabian and Christian families. These groups have close social ties. They don't share these practices and training with other people. In contrast, coppersmith is more open and more open. Masters can train and hire people beyond their social circles, making the process flexible and accessible for everybody and creating an interconnected networks as you see in the slide. Workplaces, training and the practices of goldsmith is often occurred on the mezzanine floors of workplaces, and very few of them, they do that at homes, and characterized by secret and discreet practices. On the other hand, coppersmith relies on open networks where skills are learned in shops or open spaces called tarma in Iraqi culture, with the space in front of the door of the shop. Support for both craft professions, for both intangible cultural professions. Government constantly supplied coppersmiths and goldsmiths with raw materials for working purposes and other financial support to ensure that continuous work. Specific programs were in place to organize their activities effectively. In the new generation part, younger goldsmiths are less inclined to preserve heritage due to competition from imports. The stuff brought from China, the Great China, is the most dominant one in our souks or marketplaces, then Turkey, Gulf State, and Iran. They are attracted to global cultures and Western cultures, Western countries, while the new generation in the copper industry is active but relies on imports rather than traditional craftsmanship. About the income, most goldsmiths persuade their class to preserve heritage and for personal enjoyment, for sustaining the profession or the skills of their ancestors, relying on other professions like doctors, professors, teachers, engineers, and lawyers for their main income. Only few of them depend on goldsmith as their primary source. While the most coppersmiths rely on the craft for basic income, but imported goods, particularly from China again, have raised production costs above selling prices, posing financial challenges. So here are some stories of the interviewee. I met them in both souks, Shar al-Nahar or al-Nahar streets, where the gold and jewelries are made, and also Souq al-Safarin, where the coppersmiths are working now. Hilal is waiting for his grandson to finish medical school so he can retire and leave the country, joining his family. He has 2 families, one of them in the North America, the other one in the Western part. Why? Because his income has been reduced significantly. And there is another story about this guy, which is an interesting one. This guy kisses the machine, appears in the slide in the middle twice every day, because he acknowledged the person who made this or invented this machine, and second, because it's the basic source of his income. However, I just got a call from him, like last 7 days or so, the machine was broken, unfortunately. Father Ibrahim Safar, or Ibrahim Father, he called his name is Ibrahim Safar, one of the oldest coppersmiths facing a big challenge in Afardin, the skyrocketing rent of his place. His primary source of income, repairing copper utensils and other stuff, has become insufficient to sustain his livelihood. However, he promised that he will not turn into another profession or close his shop. Ali Fadl, or Ali As-Saffar, he is the brother of the former guy, Ibrahim As-Saffar. Unfortunately, he turned to another job. He just told us about that because he has this decisive decision to transition from his inherited cultural heritage craft of coppersmith to selling fabrics and textiles, and he intends also to sell some electronic stuff in the same shop. Why? Because he made this hard choice to avoid the burden of high rent expenses. I think both of them, they paid almost, each of them paid $6,000 for each year. However, there is a hope that Abu Usama, one of the most recognized figures in the Suq al-Safari, dedicated coppersmith, fought against diversity to preserve his craft hand and sell his stuff. Embracing the digital age, he transitioned to YouTube and media platforms to market his stuff, his creation, catching the attraction of enormous and renowned figures, YouTubers from global area. Today, Abu Usama's shop has become a most visited destination in Iraq, celebrates and influencers from other people. So in the last part of this presentation, we are talking about the lessons that we got. First, closed social networks and cultural heritage jobs are vulnerable, unlike open networks relying on skills and techniques for learning and work. Second, government support programs and initiatives are essential for preserving and sustaining these crafts during the economic challenge, the third one, and wars. Goldsmiths with secondary incomes show resilience because they have alternative sources of income, while coppersmiths, unfortunately, often switch to other professions for stability and sustainability. The 4-point about younger group or younger generations. Younger gold craftsmen are influenced by global trends and limited alternatives because their social practices and social professional networks is so tight, is so closed. Unlike diverse copper market successors, because they are open to others and find another ways to survive. Crafting copper goods openly attracts clients from varied backgrounds, unlike closed gold workplaces. Today, our challenge is clear. How do we rekindle the passion of these crafts, to bridge the generational gap, and to protect our culture legacy in the face of such doubting odds? It starts with understanding, empathy, and shared commitment to preserving our heritage. It is the time to come together and endure that the soul of old city, old Baghdad, the Safa part, continues to shine brightly for generations to come. So, from the lesson of Baghdad, we can say that we got a definition about ICH. It serves as a living representation of human practices, rooted in the ways we live, in the ways we work, and in the ways we celebrate across time and space. So what we can do for this? First, restore the government support and clear cultural program. Second, impose strategic taxes to boost local products sale and also control the imported stuff. Third, improve physical infrastructure to support crafts and attract audience because we need a clean and safe area. use digital marketing and influences to enhance cultural crafts. And here is the gift. I just got this website yesterday that some people, because again, this is the open network, give opportunity to other people to be involved in the development in the sustainable processes. So we got this website and you can use it. This is the website. They turn to media and online marketing. I think we can get there. Yeah, the website, you see? Okay, so it is interesting. When I got the message yesterday in the WhatsApp application, they say, hey, you are interested in this stuff, please go and do marketing. Featured products, you know, probably this Alobaydi Genial lamp, which is the lovely one and most famous one in Iraq. You can go to the details and see the price.
We can't,
email.
Dr. Dhirgham, we can't see the other pages. It seems that you are flicking into other pages. We can't see except the home page only.
Okay.
The Safafir market, that's only
now,
the
okay.
we can see.
We get...
Yeah, now it's moving, I think.
Okay, okay.
Right.
So let's keep this. Okay. Okay. So now in the slide, you see the slide?
Yes, we do.
Good, good. So there is what we got from this experience or lessons in the end. Intangible cultural heritage representation fall into closed social networks, being at risk of failing, like Goldsmith, and open social cultural networks, providing opportunities for sustainable, as you see now in this website. On the other hand, or in simple words, some intangible cultural professions help to generate spaces for living purposes. Others are not. I will leave it there, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dhirgham, for a very interesting and exciting insights on the intangible cultural heritage in Iraq, and really lovely to know about the online market, which is a good initiative of keeping the life story ongoing. I'll be really excited to have a look at that, but thank you very, very much for the talk and your time. I think we have a couple of minutes before we move to the next speaker. So is there any questions for Dr. Dhirgham? Any insights or reflections? If you have a question, if you please raise your hand and introduce yourself. Any questions? Right. Yes, Huda?
Thank you, Professor Salim.
If
I'm very interested.
And, yes, please.
Hi, this is Huda Salman. I'm very interested in the topic and the presentation of Dr. Dhirgham. Really, it's a pleasure for us and very exciting to see work happening in Iraq. As you know, for me as an outsider now, I'm very proud of the work you're doing. Really, so I just wanted to comment, and hopefully we'll see more that will happen and raise the profile of those people and the craftsmanship that we have in Iraq. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Maybe my question, it's not a question, but maybe if
I just want to add something for this comment that, I mean, many of researchers, students in the postgraduate and PhD programs, they were worry about this kind of topics because we have two programs like architecture and urban design, and many people they don't want to touch social form or something about heritage. But now I think like with Dr. Jamal and Professor Salim, like a couple of years ago, the idea of engage project, engage network, Browders started in Mosul, Baghdad, and even in Basra. People start to think about that and let it go with the hand by hand with the architecture and urbanism.
Excellent. And we are really proud and honored, Dr. Dhirgham, to be working on this for the past years, and really looking forward to extensive discussions more and more for follow up on that, and to see real impact on the ground and how mindsets are changing, how newer generation of students are really engaging more and more in aspects that, you know, they were disconnected for some time from. So the pleasure is ours. Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yes, Dr. Professor Jahan, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Dhirgham, I want to ask, how does the preservation of intangible heritage affect the tangible heritage? Because intangible heritage, we can't like divide both of them. So if there is...
Yeah, I agree. They are connected to each other. And that's what happened. For example, I just gave the conclusion about that. If I get back to the... do you see this? That works? With the closed one, they can't share, so they don't survive. And that's what gets unbounded area in the Nahar Street, because they work with each other based on family connection and ethno-religious connections. While the Suq al-Safarin, they extended their networks relying on skills, on professions, on the talent of other people, so they survive, because the spaces, the street, the souk are not embedded now, unlike the Nahar Street, because they are working based on a closed. So once the social, cultural, and tangible professions are closed and ties, as I say, being at risk of fading.
Right. Any other questions before we move to our next speaker? Okay, I can't see any extra hands raised, so thank you very, very much, Dr. Dhirgham Alobaydi, for the presentation and for joining us today. And I hope you're able and you have some time to stay with us for the rest of the day. That would be really great. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
I'll do.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, if you would like to unshare your screen, Dr. Dhirgham, please, and I will ask Dr. Huda Salman to share her screen, and I'm happy to introduce her. Dr. Huda is a chartered architectural technologist and lecturer in architectural technology at the Scott Sutherland School. She has a Master of Science in Architecture from the University of Gadjah Mada in Indonesia. Having this research background in digital design platforms, tools, and communication, and their impact on processes and efficiency, she has expertise in the application of 3D data to support decision-making and reservation and preservation in heritage studies and urbanism. The title of Dr. Huda's talk today is on Baghdad, a story of continuum from integration to segregation. Dr. Huda, the floor is yours, and please share your screen. I think you have 15 minutes for the presentation, so I hope you can keep to the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. It's a pleasure being with you today. As I said, I do look into the projects you do as a group, and I'm very much interested in the discourse you started really in the Middle East and other countries, and how the human risk should be managed, and also the interventions and what kind of intervention that we have to look into. As you introduced me, my master's really from Wolverhampton University and my PhD from Robert Gordon University, just to correct that information. I'm very interested.
Is this the bio you sent us, or?
It is yeah, all of the bio is right, apart from this part.
Right. So we are just reading what you sent us. So.
I can check that, but I'm sure I gave you.
Okay, no problem. Right. Thanks for the correction.
I'm very much interested in the subject of human risk and heritage and potential digital interventions and how this course will evolve with time. So really my research, this one started in 2018 when we had the Urbanism at Borders conference in our university. I talked about Baghdad and the segregation situation it had because of the war and after the war. And I start with the golden vision of Baghdad as the round city and how Baghdad was built really, and the rational, the urban rational behind it. The round city of Baghdad took approximately 4 years to be constructed. And also it had a very symmetrical streets, as you see from the image, surrounded by geometrical residential blocks and 3 main walls. The city considered as a revolutionary aspect of urban planning at the time, and also it was a basis for many other cities to develop and nourish. I do tend to use the walls as an element within urban terminology to make sure how this wall has been replaced again and again within the city itself. And the separation between public and private, and also the wall usually separates the private houses from the public courtyards with which the government buildings surround those main public buildings, which is the mosque and also the palace of the Khalifa. Other images you can find, as I mentioned before, and I'm outsider at the moment, so what I can observe from distance is what I find on the media. Beside all the different stuff that you can hear and read about Baghdad, those images were rendered by people who are interested to maintain the vision, digitizing the vision that we had, and probably most Iraqis were raised on this. So the vision or concept and has become more viable in recent years because of the advancement of technology and the accessibility of those technologies. Because of those technological advancement and developments, it has become easier to turn ideas or retain ideas and past visions of those cities or the affected cities and post-war cities. And this is very important and very interesting to see how that discourse will develop with time. Again, another example which can see, or show, in fact, the level of details and the amount of, let's say, information that have been included in that digital. Reality is different, unfortunately, but still from this image, you can see how the building, show its beauty still with this vein in the middle, which is the Tigris River. However, it can be also thought of it as a border or a division between the 2 parts of Baghdad. Baghdad is one of the largest cities in Iraq, and also with the largest population, and also the 2nd largest city in the Arab world and the 2nd largest city in Western Asia. So it has a very prominent place and very prominent history. This image also, I think, breaks the heart of many Iraqis when they look at it, and it feels really bad because it brings a lot of memories, bad memories of the past few, in fact, in the last 20 years, but you keep it in your memory, you remember. So the balance between what you have experienced in your childhood as an Iraqi and what you have see the media portray about that beautiful city is really hard sometimes, and get you to the edge of thinking that it's only a vision. And this probably was strengthened by the strategies taken by the government after the war. They thought that those security barriers will bring peace back to the people. And you can see from the quotes you get again from the media that those walls are movable, yes, movable barriers, and they can be removed at any time. However, the trace of the effect of those barriers is still there, and we'll have to make sure that we are overcoming what those walls been portraying at the time of their existence. The two different images, I think it's also referred to the discussion we had from Dr. Dhirgham about the craft and the skills that we were at one time surrounded by because of those heritage building, those detailed artifacts, I would say. If you look at the two images, you know, in terms of material, skill, texture, even the way you feel about the two is totally different. We can't portray the same level of craft or craftsmanship or skills. But within the previous walls we had, it was, for instance, for security reasons, so you feel you are secure, you are safe, you can enjoy them, right? In terms of architecture and their elements, and also what they stand for, you know, at the time. So I had a few questions really to interrogate within the things we were receiving from reasons why those walls are important and the strategies they reflect. Concrete is, in many parts of Baghdad, has been the solution. That's what you've been, or we have been hearing from different sources. But again, within the occupation, the number of blast walls increasing day after day. So that means it's not really doing the right job. Again, Baghdad would find themselves, or Baghdadis would find themselves in a maze of high walls overnight. And those walls are huge. It's about 306.6 meters. So imagine what kind of environment we are providing the new generation, the youth, what kind of experiences they will have as part of their memories. And in many cases, those walls really were prohibiting the normal life that anyone within the city encounter on a daily basis. So what kind of solution they present? The question I had at the time of developing this research, that's how to avoid the cost of physical segregation in a city like Baghdad. It's raised many challenges to the position of urbanism in the contemporary Baghdad and what's going to happen after the war and after the occupation ends. What are the strategies? What are the plans we have? Can Baghdad as a city function as any other city? Is it a catalyst for urbanism? Is it other sort of urban cluster? How we can define that? Urbanism derives its ideologies from both the current and future existence of a city, and the past became so important for us to thrive and also to be able to flourish again based on what past we had as Iraqis. In the case of Baghdad, examining its current condition reveals several reasons for its deterioration, and we know the reasons by now. The segregation significantly disturbed the historical context and the urban functionality. So it becomes evident that applying past theories directly to the present may not be feasible or effective. Again, a maze of walls. It's so heartening, really, when you look at your city and see what happened for different reasons. But the most important thing that, as you mentioned previously, raise awareness, change the mindset, and be able to get that change happening on the ground. Urbanism must be safeguarded against non-functional ideologies, and it should be regarded as an opportunity for the development of thriving cities, especially in the aftermath of conflicts. I mean, the people are the most important part of Baghdad. The people who love Baghdad, who have the memories of the bright days or the bright environment they used to live in. Most of us were, raised with values and values related to the environment that we live in. Fundamentally, urbanism should be perceived as a distinct practice rooted in our heritage and context and history. Of course, the reaction was
Dr.
there.
Huda, 3 minutes are left. 3 minutes are left for the presentation slot.
So the study focused on the social impact of recent urban divisions and how people started to react to it. Again, I think referring to the previous research, where intangible skills have been there to change the reality of people, and also looked into how changing those concrete tools into something more relevant to their life and also to the memories of what Baghdad stands for. So we've seen this social inclusion as well within the different activities happening between those walls, but without the benefit of seeing the end of this tangible and intangible segregation. The most familiar surrounding for the youth is not really promising. So what we need to do is to look into ways in which that can be changed, right? We have many strategies we looked at in previous research. So, and there is a number of patterns where we can really act upon. Urban partition results from concerns found in almost every city, but the destroyed and damaged environment should change so that most familiar sundowning for the younger generation can be enhancing the experiences. Within the segregation, heritage is one of the major things that will be impacted. So heritage has been seen as an essential tool for post-war recovery and reconciliation, particularly in aiding the achievement of the United Nations sustainability goals. And that can change the reality by raising awareness, making sure that we are an enabler of post-war development. And this can be done through a number of strategies like the one I'm presenting just now. So the communities is the most important part, I would say. After the experience of the last 20 years, I think the communities should be more proactive in terms of changing that situation and maintaining and preserving the heritage site. And heritage sites should be worked out through very careful strategies to enhance and influence that change. Again, with enhancing social responsibility, I think, and community participation, heritage will require careful attention to a number of strategies. And I want to focus on 4 strategies only, which is education and awareness, engagement and inclusivity, community-led initiatives, and collaboration with experts. And this is happening already, and we've listened to Dr. Dhirgham and his discussion or argument about the intangible skills we have. Recently,
Dr. Huda, can you just conclude in 1 minute because the time is over already?
Yes. Just recently, we had a very nice version of one of the games, Assassin's Creed Mirage, where they started to recreate the vision of Baghdad engagingly with. But the question is whether this gameplay is or can be considered as a serious gaming for the young generation, where they can really relate back and, as you said in the introduction, to create those links, to be more curious about knowing about the history of Baghdad and the vision that we had maintained in our minds for all these years. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huda, for a very interesting discussion. And I do have a lot of questions, but I'll keep this until the end. But many thanks for the presentation. So we will move now to our next speaker on the topic of threats to heritage properties in Ethiopia. Our speaker is H.Seila Perdi. He's a researcher with expertise in culture, tourism, and communication. He has worked in various public sectors since 2006, focusing on rural areas and gaining insights into land, tenure, and livelihoods. He contributed to the World Heritage inscription of the Gedo's cultural landscape. Is our speaker with us? Yes, hello, hi. Can you share your screen?
Thank you for waiting.
Go ahead.
Thank you for waiting, and sorry for the inconvenience because of technical problem. So today I'm presenting with regards to threats to the heritage property in Ethiopia, specifically southern parts of the country, that is the heritage of Gedo community. So Gedo is Ethiopia, as all of you know, is an ancient country located in Africa with diverse tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And Ethiopia is also known for an inscription of 11 cultural and natural tangible heritage under UNESCO. And to mention some of them, H.Seila or Aksum Monument in Tigray, Fasil Gibbi of Gondar in Amhara region, Harar Jagolgim, which is a fortified historic town, which is located in Harari region, Konso cultural landscape, lower valley of Omo, lower valley of Awash, which is in Afar, and also lower valley of Omo in southern region of Ethiopia. The seventh one is Rock Heaven Church in Amhara region, and also H.Seila is also in southern central parts of the country. Simen National Park, of course, this is natural, the only natural heritage. Of course, the second natural heritage that has been inscribed under UNESCO, and the recently nominated or inscribed heritages are Gedo Cultural Landscape and Bale National Park. Yeah, it's our honor to share you that in this historical stage and historical point that Gedo Cultural Landscape and Bale National Park has been inscribed under UNESCO a week ago. Of course, I'm very much happy to share this information. And when you come to Gedo Cultural Landscape, it has different tangible and intangible cultural heritage. And also this Gedo community is a Cushitic people with its language Gedeofa, which is located in southern part of the country, and the population is about 2.5 million according to based on CSA of 2007, and as has been projected in 2022. And when we come to the climate, it is dominantly humid midland. About 70% of the region or the community is under midland, and which is favorable for living and different kinds of plants and animals to live peacefully. So these people has both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, but I focus on tangible cultural heritage that has been endowed with these people. And among those, the first one is Odola Galma rock art site. Of course, it has been dated back to 2005 to 4,000 years back. And this had been researched by Leklek and other researchers. And this area is located in Gedo Cultural Landscape, and also it is one of World Heritage Sites. It has recently become one of World Heritage Sites. Yes, with this rock art sites, there are different kinds of intangible values, cultural values. For example, there is a river, Anshmalcho, which is used for purification purpose. Yeah, the site is very important and with outstanding universal value, as all of you know. And the site is this one, as you can see from my picture. And the next tangible heritage is Tutofalla. Of course, this site has been very much researched by different researchers throughout the world, especially and a French archaeologist has made different kinds of various researches has been made by the French researchers. Of course, researchers from different areas of our world has come to the country, to the area and researched it. But the frequent and the oldest researcher ever to identify and study this Tutofalla and published is Roger Jusson of French. Yes. So this area is located again in this among this community, Gedo cultural landscape. It is a megalithic site with different kinds of megalithic traditions, which is beautiful with different conservation state. Yes, this is a picture of this Tutofalla site. This is another picture of the same site for you, and I can share my presentation also to you later on. Another site is Alobaydi.
Sorry, you have 3 minutes left for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will rush. And Alobaydi is another megalithic site also. Is located among the Gedo, and this is a picture of the area. Another site is also Sade Sodota, which has been also among the properties registered under this organization recently. And it has its own peculiar characteristics, and I can mention it later. Another one is Akarosodo. It's also a megalithic site, which is located in further southern part of the country, and also Gedo cultural landscape. So this is, of course, regarding this site, an American archaeologist has published recent findings that it has dated the oldest site ever, even in East Africa. This Akarosodo has been known for its megalithic or phallic stele differently. So there are some of the cultural traits among these properties. There are different traits that you can raise. One is among the community, there is no enough awareness about the site and about this megalithic and the whole cultural landscape, because enough has never been done by the government and by the different state parties and experts. So it needs more awareness. It needs more teaching using different kinds of media of instruction, especially the youngest generation is in some areas against these cultural heritages. Therefore, awareness work is one of the challenges among these properties. Another is mass tourism. Mass tourism is also identified in this study as a threat to the existence of these cultural heritages, which is tangible and intangible. Another is enough research is yet to be conducted in this area. As you can see, there are different kinds of heritages placed here and there. So even some of them are made for the bridges. Local people use it for the bridges also, especially because of the expansion of religion, this modern religion, Christianity and Islam. Because of values enshrined in this cultural, in these religions, the knowledge of cultural knowledge of the people has been declining from time to time. So another
you have 1 minute left.
Thank you. I can finish within 1 minute. Another problem is population pressure. Gedo is known for high population pressure, and the population pressure is one of the challenges and one of the threats for the existence of these cultural landscape and cultural heritages. Another one is urbanization. The area is almost changing into town areas. So this is putting pressure on these cultural heritages, tangible cultural heritages. Another one is development pressure. Development that is demanded by the people and given by the government should respect these cultural areas, should not violate these cultural areas. In some areas, you can go to see that this very important trees has been demolished because of road construction and because of health station and different kinds of problems. The other is Christianity and Islam. The expansion of Christianity is Islam. As a result of these monolithic religions, the values in the culture has been becoming down and down. So this study concludes that there is attitudinal problems, especially among the youth community and modern community, and also people that is following these modern religions. Another recommendation is we have to do different kinds of researches, and we have to increase awareness for the people so that they are ready to conserve, especially the youngest people should safeguard this kind of cultural values that has been transferred from generation, our forefathers. So another is developmental schemes should never violate these kinds of cultural heritage. The governments, the local community, local government, the federal government also should work to enhance the kinds of development strategies that should not hurt the cultural heritage. So I thank you. I hope I took so many times, and so thank you for your patience, for your understanding, for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I think we will have some questions in the Q&A session, but I will quickly move to our next speaker on the topic of culture in danger, a historical analysis of the destruction and rebuilding of the Ogayan Shrine. The talk is by Ilipio Tariq Rahmat. She's a PhD student at the Department of History and Strategic Studies, University of Lagos, Nigeria. Her research focuses on memory studies, and she aims to establish that the past is preserved differently across cultures. The floor is yours, and please share your screen with your presentation, and you have 15 minutes.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. Sorry for the interruptions. It's my network. I am Alobaydi at the program from the University of Lagos. I'm presenting Culture in Danger, a historical analysis of the destruction and rebuilding of the Ogiyan Shrine. Next slide. So this is a map of Ejigbo. Ejigbo is a town that is a Yoruba town traditionally founded by a man named Akinjole, who ruled as the first king of the town. By Ogbomoso, defined by the Aro Stream, to the east by Ede, another local government defined by the Aro Stream, to the south by the Osun River, to the side by Ede, also defined by the Osun River, to the west by Iwo, defined by the Edoro Stream, and to the south again by Oyo, defined by the Omi River. Next slide. So this is the statue of the founder, probably a 20th century production of the image of the founder found at the center of the town. He is a prince and also a priest that came from Ife. Ife is known as the place where the Yoruba originated from. The place is also found in Osun State. So Akinjole migrated from Ife due to political tussle with his brothers, and he was at run. So when such happened, you had to leave the town to find your own community, and he moved away from Ife and until he reached the place known as Ejigbo today. Next slide. So Akinjole Ogiyan, that is his name, but Ogiyan is actually Ogiriniyan. It is shortened to Ogiyan. So Akinjole was a prince and a priest, and he was the first Ogiyan of Ejigbo. The name of the deity known as Orisha Ogiyan is gotten from his name. So after settling down in Ejigbo, he built the shrine for his god where he worshipped every 3 days, then 5 days. As time pronounced, the days of the worship differed. So the town became very famous for its spiritual power that many people visited the community during its annual festival. And one of such story is a man that is named Oshuntedo. He came all the way from Ekiti. Ekiti is another state in Nigeria, outside Osun State. It's also Yoruba state. His wife couldn't give birth, so they were looking for answers to the solution of the barrenness. And fortunately for him, he came to Ejigbo where he prayed to the Ogiyan, and he was able to have a baby. And because of that, they decided to settle there. And the king then, also known as the Ejigbo, granted him a piece of land where he founded his village. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the picture of the Ogiyan Shrine in 1993. So I'm using the concept of historical sites to look at the significance of cultural heritage in history. Yeah, according to Jan Assman, any group that wants to consolidate itself will make an effort to find and establish a base for itself, not only to provide a setting for its interaction, but also to symbolize its identity. Next slide. Alan Radley in Artifact Memory and a Sense of the Past deals with the cultural aspects that create a broader view of remembering as it occurs among a group of people by using objects. Also another person, J.E. Harris, believes that there are objects which are made primarily or that might help form location as well as the textual features of the sites to be recorded. The primary purpose of this citing this quotation is to tell you the significance of heritage of people, what the Ogiyan deity. The deity is also the name of the kings, of the title of the kings in Ejigbo. Next slide. So it's what the ancestor left behind for the people to remember. Can you hear me? Next slide. So this is the building, the Ogiyan Shrine in 2011, when it was under renovation. What happened was that the shrine was burnt down, and the king had to renovate it and build another one, and that's how we lost the architectural significance of the whole building. And here is actually the Ogiyon Festival, practiced annually during the New Yam Festival, where in Yoruba land, and is an annual production. So usually the first harvest, which signifies that the period will be fertile and other produce will be harvested in abundance. So if the yam doesn't come out properly, then there'll be fear of famine for the people. New Yam is very important in the southern part of Baghdad. Actually mark this New Yam Festival for the Ejigbo people, and this is done annually, usually in August or September, depending on when the first harvest takes. The king is the first to eat it, and the first yam to be cooked is taken to the deity. So these are the chiefs that are attached to the Ogiyon, is that these practitioners do not take alcohol, except that a specific wine made out of millet, and it is a taboo for people to get drunk in Ejigbo because they believe your sanity reduces when you are drunk, and a lot of atrocity can occur. Next slide, please. So the controversy actually started when the southern part of Nigeria was under threat from the Fulani jihadists coming from the north, and the main reason for the Fulani jihadists to come was to spread Islam. And the king then, about Yesosin, thinks, okay, in order to prevent the jihadists from entering Islam, they had to accept Islam. So there was a prominent Yoruba prince who lived in a Yoruba town, Ilorin, that was already conquered by the Fulani jihad. So he invited the man to come to Ejigbo, where he gave him a land to build a mosque to show the Fulani jihadists that Ejigbo is also a Muslim, an Islamic state. Unfortunately, the town was never conquered by the Fulani jihadists. During the British colonialism, the Christianity had spread on a faster level, and by 1890, the Christian, especially the Baptists, were the first to come to Ejigbo. They were also given a land where they built their church and they spread their religion. Now, what this has done is that the town moved from having a predominantly one state religion to having multiple religion. So gradually today, the practitioners of the Ogiyon have become a minority in the state. So it's some even practice in secret. It is only during the annual festival that you see them come out. Now, these three religions have been in the town since the 19th century, and there had not been religious clashes until the 2000s, when a religious fanatic decided that the act of worshiping the deity was a act of paganism, and in his religious overzealousness, burnt the shrine down. And fortunately and unfortunately, in order to maintain peace in the town, the topic was not to be talked about, and the king said he was going to, since it was the deity of his ancestors, that he was going to champion the restoration of the shrine, which he did. Next slide.
You have 3 minutes left, please.
Okay. So the rebuilding occurred, the king, it was built, but what happened was that the architectural significance of that old building was lost, because the new building does not look like the old building at all. We do not also know if some deities were lost due to the axing, and we cannot carbon date the new building and cannot use modern ecological structure to structure the new building because it does not reflect on the historical value of the town. Next slide. So now the federal government have come over the years trying to preserve the cultural heritage of various communities in Nigeria. The first was actually done during the British colonialism in 1953. when the Ordnance Act was created by the Federal Department. Later on, the creation, after independence, there was this creation of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. But what happened is, this ministry have the power to collect the several laws has been made to increase their powers, but there's always been a question of jurisdiction, which should protect cultural heritage between the federal government and the state government, especially when such cultural heritage are considered as national treasure. So that is the main issue in producing a profound law. But the 2011 private bill went ahead to also propose punitive actions for those that are found guilty of destroying cultural heritage sites or artifacts that are considered to a fine of that is in millions of naira. These have much value, but there's a clause that says that the fine should be equivalent to the amount that will be enough to restore such heritage. Now, when
can you please start concluding? 1 minute is left.
Okay, so what we are saying is that the destruction of cultural heritage, whether there is a fine or not, most of the time the architectural framework were not preserved, so these buildings cannot be reproduced in their natural format. So whether there is enough funds to even fund some of these projects, the artistic creativities of the ancestors is lost to this continuous destruction of heritage sites in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So we will quickly move to our next presenter. Rawia's talk today is titled Risking Cultural Heritage, Impacts of Relocation of Historic Structures and Preservation Measures. Rawia is a freelance architect specializing in the field of sustainability and lead green associate. She obtained her master's degree in sustainable architecture from Notre Dame University in 2021. Afterwards, she finished her professional green technologies diploma in building and energy specialization at the American University in Beirut in 2023. She participated in the City Street 3 and volunteered with nonprofit organizations such as the UN Habitat and Nahnu. Her research interest revolves around topics related to energy conservation and historic preservation. Rawia, the floor is yours, and please keep to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Maybe we lost her.
Okay, Mohammed, can you step in, please, if you're there?
Are you talking to me? Then I can start actually.
Yeah, please share your screen and go ahead until we solve this issue.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Hussein, are you there online?
Please share your screen, Mohammed, and I will do the quick introduction on your title on heritage lost to greed, exploring the erosion of the old Dhaka's cultural heritage amid urban encroachment with Chota Katara in retrospect. So Mohammed is and Haseen Ahmad Zahin, dedicated lecturers at Bangladesh University, are esteemed academics and researchers in urban development. Their work delves into interact growth patterns of formal and informal settlements with a keen focus on invasive urbanism. Their research sheds light on the evolving urban landscape, addressing crucial issues in sustainable urbanization. The floor is yours, and please stick to the 15 minutes. Thank you.
Can you see the screen properly?
We can see the screen, yes.
Okay, Hasina can start.
Thank you. Excellent.
Good afternoon, esteemed academicians and attendees. I would like to talk about our cultural and historical heritage site called Choto Katra, which is actually a caravanserai built during the Mughal period, and how it is becoming a decaying entity due to the deficient policy formulation, lack of proper enforcement of the said policy, and communal apathy. And we are going to talk about it in two different segments. First of all, we are going to discuss briefly about the chronological development of Dhaka as a capital of cultural and administrative capital of the Bengals in India, Indian subcontinent, and then we are going to analyze how Choto Katra is getting diminished, and like how the people are interacting. So first of all, almost 400 years ago, Dhaka was established as the capital of Bengal, beside the mighty Buriganga River, where the Tatis, locally, this is a local terminology, but they are professionally weavers, and the Shakharis, who were the seashell or the shell bangle makers. They settled over there, and they built their business, which was very well connected through the rivers. And on to the next slide, please. This is a demarcation between the Mughal and the pre-Mughal settlements. And here we can see Islam Khan was the first appointed Mughal viceroy of Dhaka, who was the first actual representative of the Delhi's representative. In the following image, we can see how throughout time Dhaka has, please, the previous slide. Thank you. Dhaka has grown bigger as administratively and through accommodation, through settlement in. Then on to the next one, please. In 1610, it was established as the capital of Bengal due to its importance. And here we can see the ruins of Lalbagh Fort, which was a Mughal construct during while Dhaka was the capital. Here we can see how Dhaka has, in detail, how Dhaka was established around the mighty Buriganga River, and how it was well connected throughout the routes, and how the build up. Then in 1847, the British Empire, we were colonized by the British Empire, and after losing the decisive battle at Palasi. And here we can see it was like during the British time, the population was very volatile, and the political situation was very it was not stable. It was more focused on the colonial period was more focused on the revenue generation. We were treated as a revenue generator, and we faced 4 great famines because of it, which resulted in a very distinctive separation between the ruling class and the people who were getting ruled. So here we can see it was the famine of 1770. It was a man-made famine, I would say. It was inception by the East India Company, then East India Company, and we can see that while the famine was going on, the revenue still was not. And this is the famine picture from before the Second World War, when Churchill decided to take the policymaker, the policy was made to for the scorched earth policy to stop the Burmese increase. In the after the during the population, if you see look at the population data here, we can see that the three highlighted data are actually the enumerated. The other one were mostly estimation, but we can see clearly that after each famine, our population dwindled significantly from 4.5 million to, and we can see in the revenue generation chart, we can see that like even if the famine was going rampant, there was no sign of dwindling in the revenue generation. So it was still on the rise. So it was clearly putting a tax on the population. And after that, we in 1947 we became independent from the British colonial rule and became a province of East of the then Pakistan. We were called East Pakistan, and we can see the like when suddenly independence comes, there was suddenly a different melting pot of different typology and genre of architecture sprawling everywhere. We can see
Hassan,
like
you have 3 minutes left. You
Okay.
have 3 minutes left, right?
Okay. So here we can see the schematic layout for the Mughal quarters of old Dhaka, which is clear here. And on to the next slide,
If
please.
it's all right, maybe I can go to the analytical part.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So here we can see that the evolution of the land use map, where you can see the in the previous time it was quite simplified, but in the later part, the whole function of old Dhaka has started getting more complex, and the land use is getting more complex. And there were only commercial and residential areas, now there are more mixed use places. If we focus more on our side of research, it's you can see the major signs of then heritage sites from Mughal era. And here, another thing we wanted to focus on is that, see, this is the site of Chota Katra. I am pretty sure you cannot read the part on the left. It's the gadget published by Bangladesh government. It depicts Chota Katra, Boro Katra, and other places as heritage sites, but at the same time on the right, the land use map, it doesn't show that there's no designated heritage place. It's depicted as commercial and mixed use zone. So there's a gap between what is being said and what is being done. So here you can see the Department of Archaeology is calling it an archaeological site, but at the same time, it's nothing is being done. Here in a research document and publication, you can see that the physical condition of Chota Katra is depicted as very much vulnerable and all, but at the same time, it's not no steps are being taken formally to revive it. Here, if we try to trace the lost urban fabric of old Dhaka, we can see that there is a huge influence of Muslim architectural style from Mughal period, the brickwork and the massive arched gateways that you can see very much in Delhi and other places where they're carrying Mughal signatures. This is one of the computer simulated model of Chota Katra and Boro Katra at the side by side, how they were at that time and how it would have been if they were not encroached by now. And this map demonstrates the present situation, the location of Chota Katra and Boro Katra, and what are they being used as actually right now. This one, I am trying to show side by side what is the exact land use right now. Here, the red one are commercial, the orange part is mixed use, and the yellow part is residential. Here you can see that there's no sign of Choto Gatra and Boro Gatra because they're already have been encroached by those other government implied land uses actually. If you see here, this is the old photos of the traces of Choto Gatra. I'm not going much into detail here, but this is the reconstructed model of Choto Gatra, how it was at that time. And this is the present condition right now. Here you can still see the huge archway that is still left from Choto Gatra, and that's actually the only sign that is left from that massive building. It was one of the roadside inn for the elites of Bengal, because as Hassan said, it was by the side of the river Buriganga, and it was already a well-established place for well-established markets, which was connected with the Silk Route and the Spice Route. So at the same time, it was already a very happening place. So it was actually at the roadside caravan, and here you can actually see the courtyard was used for market and as a stable for the horses. And only this thing is left from that ruin. And one thing is important while reviving heritage site is to look deeply into how it was built at that time. Otherwise, there will be a problem, which I will try to explain in a bit later. Here you can see the encroachment, how it's happening right now.
Sorry, Mohammed, you just have 1 minute to conclude, please.
Yeah, sure. The Choto Gatra is now being used as a factory and storage place for a paper company. And here you can see the disconnectivity, the insensitiveness, and the communal apathy. So if we try to dissect the human greed, which actually causes this kind of cultural heritage risk, we can look at it as a hegemonic and counter-hegemonic way, cultural commons and shared identity, and co-implementation of planning and exploitation and temporal immediacy and enduring value. I'm not going much into detail, it's just showing how there's a gap between the authority and the people who are actually living there. Then there's cultural commonality, the material ownership, and how everybody is trying to profit from it, but nobody wants to preserve it anymore. Then there's a huge gap between policies, and by policy, we are actually pushing it to the ruins, and this communal apathy, short-sighted financial gains, all those are causing the risk factors that are right now actually ruining Choto Gatra and other cultural heritage sites. So just to show two examples of contextual conservation. This is one of the successful projects. This the left one was the ruins of Lal Bagh Fort, which was built during when Dhaka was first established as the capital. And this is one of the recent photos, which is how the Lal Bagh Fort has been revived and rejuvenated, and you can actually visit this place in person now. And this is another example, Ahsan Manzil, or it's also called the Pink Palace because of the signature pink sandstone finish. And during our studio work, we also tried to visualize how the riverside could have been if Choto Gatra was not completely demolished and taken over. So yeah, this was some kind of dream that could have been if we were being careful. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to both of you. Really exciting presentation and topic, and work with students as well. Hopefully we had more time to expand on that, but maybe in future opportunities. Thank you very much to both of you. Can you please unshare your screen now? Rawia, are you ready to share your screen?
Yes, I do.
Please go ahead.
Okay. First, I'm pleased that I'm I'm part of the seminar organized by the Architecture and Urbanism Group. And the title that I will be talking about is Risking Cultural Heritage, Impacts of Relocating Historic Structure and Preservation Measures. As you've said before, I'm a freelance architect and lead green associate. In 2021, I received my master's degree in sustainable architecture, and then I received my professional green technologies diploma in double specialization from the American University of Beirut. As an outline, first, this presentation will start to discuss the sustainable strategies in historic sites, then talking about cultural heritage, the risks affecting the cultural heritage, then discussing historic preservation and energy conservation, to talk then about carbon emissions and embodied energy. Then section 2 will discuss the context analysis, including dams in Lebanon and historical viewpoint about Bisr Valley. And section 3 will discuss the implemented methodology. Then section 4 will talk about modeling and discussion for the case study, which I'll be talking about, which is Mar Musa Church and St. Sophia Monastery and its relocation, to go afterwards talking about the results, then sum up the presentation. Starting with section 1, the idea of sustainability was mentioned during the 19th century when the issues of the finitude of natural...
your slides are not flicking, they're not moving. We're just stuck in the first one.
Okay. So the idea of sustainability was mentioned during the 19th century when issues of finitude of natural resources were discussed in Germany. In the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, cultural heritage was explicitly mentioned having a marginal role to protect and safeguard the cultural and natural heritage. When we talk about heritage, we're dealing with living experiences, historic places, the past, and cultural practices. So basically, the cultural heritage, it has two identifications that we have always to define, which are tangible cultural heritage, which is concerned with the physical consistency of the heritage, and the intangible cultural one, which is the collective memory. The reasons for risking cultural heritage can be either natural activities such as earthquakes or human activities such as war, pollution, uncontrolled urbanization, and relocation of historic structures. The relocation, while scholars assume that buildings relocation is a preservation strategy, this strategy falls beyond preservation measures of historic buildings. Two terms that are really important, and some scholars consider that they are the same, which are preservation and conservation. However, based on my own research and the way how to define terms, I think that historic preservation deals with the physical character of the building, while the conservation deals with the energy conservation to lower the environmental impacts. Starting with the sustainability, it begins with historic preservation. It is a proper way to preserve the built environment for future generations, and it seeks to preserve the historic character of older towns, maximizes the use of existing buildings, and reduces wastes. So basically, from the cultural pillar, we think that protection of cultural heritage, it's meant as adaptively reuse. As for conservation, sustainability has been introduced in the field of cultural heritage conservation in order to preserve as much culture as possible for the future generations. So it's based on the respect for existing fabric, use, and associations. From a cultural viewpoint, it's recognized as resting within the general field of environmental and cultural development. So basically, its strategies are avoiding additional energy consumption, avoiding negative environmental impacts, and preserving the architectural history. In this presentation, I'm dealing with the first bullet points, which are concerned with embodied energy, which is the energy consumed throughout the production, processing, putting materials of construction in place, maintenance, and demolition, and carbon emissions, which is associated with the building lifespan. The embodied energy and carbon emissions fall under the title of life cycle assessment. So basically, my presentation will focus on the case study, which is Mar Musa Church and St. Sophia Monastery, in relation to the embodied energy and carbon emissions of its demolition and relocation. The question that I will be answering at the end of this presentation, it is what are the conditions required to consider the relocation of historic buildings as a sustainable historic preservation strategy, and what is the impact of relocating Marmousa Church and St. Sophia Monastery on the environment? Going to section 2, dams in Lebanon. Merj Bisri Dam project is one of the different design proposals addressed in Lebanon on the ongoing water availability problems. However, Lebanon has many rivers and water sources, but it's impacted by years of conflict and instability due to mismanagement, poor infrastructure, and wrong water planning. With the different proposals for water availability, one of which is dams. From one side, it is an effective strategy to store rainwater, but it is affected by political corruption. Those are 4 case studies that are addressed in Lebanon and are considered failure projects. Going to Bisri Dam, it would be the second largest after the Qaraun Dam. It is a rockfill dam. It provides 11.2 megawatts of hydroelectric power and provides water for 1.6 million people. It's advertised as a solution for Beirut's water shortage. However, it's dominated by karstic rock formation, Mount Lebanon, and results in water infiltrations. Going to the historical overview, the valley cut through the Mount Lebanon mountain chain and the district of Jizin. It represents almost a full span of human history from Paleolithic times to the present day. From a cultural point of view, discussing all the advantages and the disadvantages, there were efforts to make a UNESCO protected site for 200 ancient sites, and the dam affects the archaeological, historical, and cultural heritage around 75 sites. So the main weaknesses addressed by the CDR, which is the Council for Development and Reconstruction, are: first, risking historic and cultural remains; second, taking a productive land; and third, high seismic risk. Going to the implemented methodology, with the different techniques to assess the environmental impact, I will be using life cycle assessment. Considering the strengths and weaknesses of the life cycle assessment, first, it assesses all the building lifespan. It addresses the environmental impact, including energy consumption and carbon emissions, while the weaknesses is that it misses sometimes some impact indicators. To define life cycle assessment, it is a technique which allows to understand to what extent constructions are sustainable, amplifying its preservation and assessing its environmental impacts. So basically, I will be dealing with fossil fuel consumption and global warming to assess energy and carbon emissions. Going throughout this diagram, from the input, which is energy, to stages, which is from extraction to demolition, then going to the output to assess the environmental impacts. The methods of assessment that I will be using, it's quantitative.
Rawia, I'm sorry to disrupt you. We've got 3 minutes left.
Okay. We have the BIM Tally LCA tool. This diagram shows the implemented methodology. Going to the modeling and discussion, first we have in this master plan the church and the monastery, which are next to each other. On the right side, we have the monastery. There is no exact date to the life cycle span of the church. However, we can find that the segmental arch above the right window and the broken engraved stone next to the door indicate that the church was rebuilt. So basically, based on the books, we can find that the first life cycle is 1280 to 1759, and it was demolished due to an earthquake. Then it was built after a couple of years in 1871 till now. So option 4 was chosen based on the diagram on the right side of the slide. Option 4 was chosen, and the existing church is down, so it's relocated to the top of the mountain. This is a technical plan showing this cross section of the wall, which includes tie stone, clay paste, mortar, and rubble stone. Those are elevations showing the main elevation, and in the north elevation we have the concrete slab stairs leading to it. As for St. Sophia Monastery, it's around 35 meters away from the church. And this is a cross section. It goes back to the Byzantine period. Those are the elevations. And now the fourth arch demolished. So basically a metal and wooden structure was added under each arch to stabilize it. we can find that the addition of the Thai stone in the church afterwards has given it more stability, so it can handle any earthquake afterward, but the monastery, it's considered a weak structure. Going to the results, we can find that in the end of life phase, it has the highest carbon emissions and the second as energy consumption after my own assessment. Going to the division phase, which includes the material part, we can find that the masonry material, it has the high global warming potential values and embodied non-renewable energy. Then comes the concrete, then the finishes, then the metals. As for the families, we can find that the wall assembly, it has the highest carbon emissions and embodied energy. It includes first the wall assembly, especially the stone veneer wall. As for the St. Sophia Monastery, because no additions were added, so there's negligible values of global warming potential and embodied energy. So we can find that the initial construction methods, which date back for more than 1 century, did not need tools that account for energy, especially for the use of local materials. So to sum up the discussion, we can find that all assemblies contribute to additional consumption of embodied energy and emissions, and the end of life accounts for 11 to 19% of the environmental wastes. When the local materials are used without any important substances, then no additional energy consumption and emissions will be charged. Going to sum up this presentation, first as a summary, to just answer the following question, which is to assume whether the relocation is a sustainable strategy. Based on this strong sustainability, we used to define it as a preservation of the built heritage without neither replacing parts nor substituting it, because damaging one part is to damage a piece of a whole. But what they have done with the church and the monastery, it's considered a weak sustainability, because demolishing and relocating historic buildings using the same materials have additional energy consumed for the relocated building with more CO2 emitted to the environment. So my personal recommendation is first to reduce the quantity of masonry, concrete, and metal materials, and substitute metal and concrete materials with lower products of lower environmental impacts. So the recommendations for preservation measures are first to take the necessary scientific, technical, administrative, legal, and financial measures to ensure the protection of the cultural heritage. Second, to consider or to ask if this relocation is the only alternative to demolish and relocate, and is the structure capable of withstanding this relocation. Third, to consider the appropriate transportation method to be selected for the distance as one-piece relocation, total disassembly, or partial disassembly. Fourth, let the route and the position of relocation be suitable with the current structures to the original. Fifth, relocation is a multi-stage, expensive, and attention requiring application, so it needs coordination and experience. Let it be, this relocation, the last option to consider after restoration and adaptive reuse. So based on all the analysis that I have done, based on the above recommendations, the relocation of Mar Musa Church and St. Sophia Monastery fall beyond the preservation measures, so better procedures and studies should be implemented before the decision-making. And I can just say one more thing, that the World Bank defunded this project and it was cancelled due to the protesters and the activists who just saw the devastating impacts of this project, especially on the cultural heritage. And thank you so much. Those are the references that I've used.
Thank you very much, Rawiya. Thank you very much. Really exciting project, and excited to know more about it and to see it in Lebanon, hopefully, if I visit soon. Thank you very much. So just running out of time, we ran out of time already. So quickly jumping into the the Q&A session. I can't see any questions in the chat box, but Dr. Main Weiser here from University of Leeds will be moderating this session. So if anybody has a question, please raise your hand and introduce yourself. We've got like 7 minutes. Right. Does anybody have any questions? There was a question that I had for Dr. Huda, but I understand that she left the discussion now. Maybe if Dr. Dhirgham is still with us, maybe it's just a kind of understanding and reflection. Hello, Dr. Dhirgham.
Hi. Go
It's
ahead.
really, I was really fascinated to understand more about the division and the segregation that Dr. Huda mentioned in Baghdad. And honestly, it's my first time to see the concrete walls. It's like I'm in Nicosia or I'm in Belfast, or but I totally understand what's going on. But my question is more about how did the segregation impact the practices of the heritage preservation? Did it have any impact on decision making? Like, for example, prioritizing a specific community group for the protection, or even the impact of the damage? Did this kind of, you know, duality between segregation and heritage, did it have any impact in one way or another? From, like, was there any priority for religious building, or there was any priority for a certain community group? Because we know that Iraq is very diverse in that. So what's your take on this?
Yeah. Oh, first, just let's talk about the some photos were mentioned or seen by posted by Dr. Huda. I mean, these concrete barriers used by the American armies and forces just to isolate neighborhoods from each other to prevent the fighting occurred at that time, and also for controlling purposes. However, after Qaeda and terrorist groups involved in the process of fight, absolutely, some mosques and churches were isolated by this concrete. However, nowadays, all these barriers of concretes, they removed, and our people interact with each other, and we don't have any kind of segregation in terms of social and ethno-religious connections. It happened, you know that probably, it is happened by some forces, outsiding forces, and people involved, even from inside. But now, after we removed and we control everything in terms of security and safety, alhamdulillah, everything is good. And you can go to church, you can go to mosque, you can go to Husseiniya, and they practice very well. And you probably you see that from the media. But some, I mean, outcomes from this spatial segregation, some people stay. I mean, from mixed area, when people divided into sects or groups, they left their homes or neighborhoods, and they stay whenever they went. So this is the outcomes. I can say that the ethno-religious distribution in Baghdad reorganized or reshaped the game because of these concrete barriers, even when we remove them.
Yeah, excellent. That should be our next project, Dr. Dhirgham.
Inshallah.
Yeah, hopefully. Thank you so much. Any questions from the floor, from the audience? Okay, if no questions, I'm just cautious of time. We were supposed to have a break of 15 minutes and then start our second session. And actually, our second session has started already, like 5 minutes ago. So I will still suggest that we have a shorter break, if that's okay. So like 10 minutes instead of more than that. If we can come back 12:35, back to the second session and attending the second session, and then we start straight away. I think Dr. Rohit is here.
Sorry, I was in another meeting. Anyways,
no problem.
I'm back.
Sorry for keeping you waited. We just went over time.
Not at all an issue. I'm very happy and good to see Fatma as well, and all the other participants. Hello. Okay, so I'll share my screen and we can start.
So our next talk, keynote talk by Dr. Rohit Jigyasu, which is titled Towards Holistic, Sustainable and Resilient Post-Conflict Recovery of Cultural Heritage, Lessons from ICCROM's Capacity Building Project in Mosul, Iraq, which is a very close project to my heart as well. Rohit is a conservation architect and risk management professional from India, currently working at ICCROM as a project manager on urban heritage, climate change, and disaster risk management. He is also the vice president of ICCROM's International Scientific Committee of Risk Preparedness. He served at UNESCO chairholder professor at the Institute for Disaster Mitigation of Urban Cultural Heritage in Japan, and he was the president of ICCROM India from 2014 until 2018, and president of ICCROM I-Corp from 2010 until 2019. Rohit also served as the elected board member of ICCROM since 2011 and was its vice president from 2015 until 2020. Before joining ICCROM, Rohit had been working on consultancy, research, and training on disaster risk management of cultural heritage. Thank you very much, Rohit, for joining us today. I know you are so busy, but the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your invitation. It's an honor for me to be speaking on this important seminar. I'll start with just giving a brief about Mosul, which is a very important city. In fact, in Arabic, Mosul means meeting point. And in fact, it was a meeting point of many cultures from around the world, which meant that the city had a very rich social and ethnic profile with various religions living in coexistence, various ethnic groups all co-inhabiting the place for centuries. And of course, it has also a history which goes back to Nineveh period, which means that there is also a lot of archaeological remains in and around the city. Well, all this was there until a very unfortunate situation developed when ISIS took over, occupied quite a few places, which included Mosul, and in that process damaged its important rich heritage. And also not only the physical heritage was damaged, but also there was mass exodus of minority communities. And so the whole social profile of the city got damaged. Here are just a few slides to show the kind of damage that the rich heritage of Mosul suffered during the occupation, which included traditional houses, mosques, churches, and many other public buildings of historic importance. This is one of the symbols of Mosul, the minaret. Many people are aware of Leaning Tower of Pisa, but this was also Leaning Tower, which symbolized the city Al-Hadba minaret. Sadly, that was also bombed and it collapsed, as you can see on the right side. Well, ICCROM's capacity building for holistic, sustainable, and resilient heritage recovery of Mosul was meant to be a program which was organized along with UNESCO's Spirit of Mosul initiative, which aimed at reconstructing three of the major monuments in the city of Mosul. There was Al-Saha Church, Al-Tahira Church, and Al-Nuri Mosque. These were the three monuments of important historic structures which were very important for the community to be reconstructed by UNESCO. Well, our focus was on capacity building, and that is where ICCROM was invited. Now the question was, why focus on capacity building? First of all, it is good to do a project, but one can come from outside, do the project and go away. But unless you don't build the local capacities or the local skilled workforce, it is not going to be sustainable in the long run. So we aimed at developing a skilled workforce, and not only give them the knowledge and the skills, but also give them livelihood opportunities, because people need jobs and we need to create knowledge which can be utilized for the needs of the city for the recovery, for its recovery. And also to protect, restore, rehabilitate, and reuse cultural heritage. There is not going to be only one kind of intervention. We have to be very sensitive and very creative towards determining what we want to recover and how we want to recover. And also to use recovery as an opportunity to build back better. because we want to really reduce all those vulnerabilities that were there before the damage to the city happened. We don't want to recreate them. Rather, we want to use the recovery as an opportunity to reduce the risks. And we wanted to also develop a curriculum on heritage conservation and management, which can be based in the local academic institution, which in this case was the University of Mosul. So here is the first kind of team members, the first cycle of our training members who were part of our capacity building program. And you can see a few images. Our approach, and that's what I am going to highlight, was aimed at holistic recovery, which means that we wanted to mainstream the tangible and the intangible heritage belonging to various sections of the community in the overall recovery process. We didn't want to limit ourselves to the 3 structures which were identified by UNESCO for reconstruction. We believe that recovery has to be taking into account all kinds of heritage, which included traditional houses, intangible cultural practices, which somehow have to be included in the recovery of the city as a whole. The second important dimension was sustainable recovery, which meant that we wanted to ensure that recovery process is socially, economically, and institutionally sustainable and does not create dependencies on external actors in the long run. This is very tricky because when, as international organizations, we come in, whether UNESCO or ICCROM or any other donor agency, we all come in with good intentions, but we are here for a very short period of time. And once we leave, how our actions or our contribution is going to help in sustaining the initiatives will be very crucial to be thought from the beginning. And lastly, resilient recovery, which means that we want heritage to be a means to reduce vulnerability, build peace and reconciliation, and enhance the coping capacity following the concepts of building back better. So we are not just recreating, as I mentioned before, what was there before, but we also want to use this as an opportunity to reduce all the risks and to prepare for the kind of risks that are going to be there in the future. All right, so these are the monuments, as I mentioned, which were taken up by UNESCO for reconstruction or recovery. But when we look at these monuments, we forget that these are actually surrounded by these kind of historic housing. And so we really believed that even though recovery is taking place for these chosen monuments, recovery should also promote cultural diversity, tolerance, through consideration of heritage belonging to all sections of the community. And that can be only addressed when we look at the context of these monuments as a whole and not just the monuments themselves. So our objectives were to strengthen and domesticate knowledge and expertise of the conservation and management of heritage and awareness of its importance among the diverse local experts and community groups in Mosul. And our target was young built heritage professionals. There are many, University of Mosul has a very long and a very good engineering and architecture program. And these young professionals were looking for jobs there, but they didn't have any skills on how to deal with heritage. So our idea was to take up these, to recruit these young professionals, young architects and engineers, and give them the heritage related skills so that they can actually develop recovery projects and implement them as well. So we also wanted, as I mentioned before, that these professionals not only get the knowledge, but they also get job opportunities, livelihood opportunities. So we already wanted to have a kind of a discussion with where they can be hired, where they can provide their skills. And very importantly, and that I would like to highlight, we believe that only training professionals is not enough. We have to train craftspeople along with professionals, because both of them have to work hands in hand. Professionals can, of course, give advice and design solutions, but the actual implementation is done by craftspeople who also sometimes have traditional knowledge, which has to be utilized and upgraded to be used for the recovery process. So that led us to develop 2 tracks for this training. One was Built Heritage Professional Development, which targeted architects and engineers. And then the other one was targeted for craft revival and upgradation by giving skills to these craftsmen. So let me now talk about activity one of the track one, which was on the built heritage professional development, where young professionals from Mosul were from diverse disciplines of built environment, where the architects, engineers, and planners were given the knowledge on and skills on how to manage, implement, and monitor recovery of the heritage of Mosul. And here we had 50 trainees. We had 2 cycles of 25 trainees each. The objectives, as I mentioned earlier, were to give them skills on heritage management and conservation, on planning and implementation, and also to develop their technical competencies. And I would like to highlight here, not just technical competencies. When you work in a conflict situation, you also need to have soft skills. Soft skills, I mean, skills in negotiation, skills in dialogue, skills in communication, are as important as having skills in documentation or skills of actually doing technical interventions like stabilization and all. So we wanted to impart both the soft and the hard skills. And then for track 2, which is for craftspeople, we wanted to revive and regenerate traditional skills and develop, and I want to highlight here, develop and innovate new skills to address needs and constraints for the recovery of built fabric of Mosul. We have to understand that they cannot just be given skills on traditional knowledge. They also will be building new constructions. So in order to have enough demand in the market where they will be hired, they need to have both the traditional skills and the modern skills, and also our contemporary building skills, and they should know how to combine the two in a more compatible manner, which is sometimes not really the case. So so that was also our major consideration, that livelihoods have to be addressed for these craftspeople as we give them these skills. Now I'm going to come to a little bit of our approach, how we view built heritage while we think about giving these skills for recovery. So often we talk about built heritage as something coming from the past, where we want to preserve what is remaining from the past. But for us, Mosul demonstrates a continuation of past, present into the future. And therefore, our skills have to not only preserve the past, but also need to look at what is surviving in the present and what should be the direction the city should take in the future, so that there is both continuity and there is change taking place in a more congenial, in a more compatible manner. We also wanted to make sure that we, in our skills, we include both the tangible and the intangible, movable and immovable, natural and cultural dimensions together in whatever way they really connect with each other. And built fabric has to be really linked to people and the environment, and also has to be considered as a dynamically evolving heritage. So this was kind of our consideration of how we wanted to really look at heritage. And if you look at Mosul, it has all these elements existing in a very interesting way. It has its built fabric, of course. It has lots of landscape elements, like these trees which have survived and actually are a symbol of resilience to be, and they have to be considered also heritage and not just the buildings. And then there are many open spaces, public, semi-public, and private spaces. And these are very important for the community as well. And how to give them meaning in the new situation was as important decision rather than as it was to preserve the fabric. Also, as I mentioned, there is rich archaeological material in the city. Wherever you dig, you find a lot of interesting archaeological artifacts. And therefore, it was also important to make sure that these are kept and there is a good impact assessment done before any new intervention takes place. So the skills of being able to make an impact assessment were imparted, but also how to interpret these archaeological materials, how to convert some of these sites into community-based museums was also considered from the beginning. Mosul was very famous for its bazaars or its markets, which were very specialized, and many of them were just not working at all. And our idea was also how to bring life back to these bazaars, where we worked very closely with craftsmen who used to work there to make sure that somehow they can revive their businesses in these bazaars as they used to do before. Our program for professional development had an interface between 4 important areas. Heritage conservation and management, of course, is the key focus, but we also wanted to combine it with urban development, disaster risk reduction, and crisis management. And therefore, we tried to make sure that our topics really had a kind of showed these interaction. This was how we had organized our curriculum, where we divided into 2 parts mainly. One was recovery tools, as you see on the bottom, which included situation and context analysis, damage and risk assessment, debris management, stabilization and security measures. And they were all based on assessing heritage significance and values and documentation and survey. So without these fundamental recovery tools and expertise, it is very hard to really do the recovery process in a systematic, proper way. So this was imparted as the first step, which was divided into 5 modules, as you will see on the left side. And then we had recovery process divided into planning, implementation, and monitoring at the 3 levels. And that was very important for us to consider too. We look at recovery at a city level, at the neighborhood level, but also at the building level. So this was how we looked at the entire curriculum. The critical questions that we were asking was always, how does one deal with heritage when the socio-spatial structure is altered following conflict situation due to displacement? Although we deal with physical fabric, we cannot detach it from these very difficult questions of the social displacement of communities. And how do you deal with this situation? How can heritage actually bring back some of those communities? How can we create those opportunities that can attract some of those minority communities who have been who want to come back? In fact, we did some interviews and they were very willing to come back, but they wanted some incentives. They wanted some kind of planning in recovery that can attract them back to their city. And then the question was also to be very pragmatic when new social groups have moved in, while some original ones have moved out. So that also is quite a difficult situation sometimes. So how do we deal with this situation when new social groups are coming in, who have no history of attachment to the site, but now they find themselves there? So how can we create new identities or new connections with their built fabric? And then, can old identities be reinforced? Can new identities be recreated? And can existing identities go through transformation? These are the discussions that we did all through the course that we organized with the participants who were from Mosul, but also with the community members. And we really believed that recovery of heritage is not merely about recovery of built fabric, but would also entail rehabilitating people and reinstalling traditional functions. So how can we bring those functions back? Can they be brought as they were before, or do we need to do some changes in them? During the training, we also highlighted and we really put focus on decision-making process, because there is no clear answer, this is right and this is wrong. What we wanted to communicate, to impart to our participants was how to make a decision, how to make it logically, rationally, based on certain criteria which respect heritage conservation principles, but at the same time, which take into consideration the needs and of the society that has gone through trauma and are now on the way to recovery. So we very much discussed various interventions for urban heritage attributes of different types, both tangible and intangible, as I mentioned. So we discussed repair, restoration, reconstruction, rehabilitation, adaptive reuse, and how to reuse salvaged heritage fragments, and how do we upgrade the infrastructure. And as I mentioned before, we touched upon the levels of recovery planning and implementation at the city, neighborhood, and the building level. So questions for decision making were very important while which we had to take into account while the design of interventions were discussed during the training. What to recover, how to set priorities for recovery, what to retain, what to let go, on what basis should we decide that? How do we actually enable traditional and contemporary design, material, and technology to come together? Who should participate in recovery planning and implementation, and how to document the entire process of recovery? So these were crucial questions that were very much in front of us as we were doing this training during the period of the training program or the capacity building program. Our built heritage professional development, we took advantage of doing our training right in the site. We were very much of firm belief that this kind of training has to be done at the site. It cannot be done in a nice, comfortable environment of the classrooms, which are detached from the real conditions on the ground. And therefore, we did lecture seminars, class exercises, practical training, and field exercises. And we chose the case study areas right in the middle of the city. All our training was really based within the city. We in fact constructed our own training facility in the town using one of the damaged areas in Al Saha Church for this whole facilities. And this was not an easy task to do, because it is very easy to do a training if you are taking the participants away from the site to a nice, comfortable environment. But here we had all the challenges of security, having to deal with the lack of resources. But our real emphasis was to use Mosul as a lab for training, as a living lab for training. We also imparted them many up-to-date skills like modeling, 3D modeling, because we believe that while they need to know all the traditional skills, they also need to know all the state-of-the-art skills so that they can use them in the best effective manner. So I just show you a few slides just to show the training that we had done there with our participants at the site, getting all kinds of professionals from around the world on specific topics to visit Mosul and then give them the kind of training we thought is necessary to make these young professionals and craftspeople really trained enough to develop recovery projects. So here you can see some of those training in progress. So in classroom, we also very much believed in interactive way of teaching, not just giving lectures, but making exercises which really enable them to take decisions together in a very creative way. And in a way that there's a little bit of fun element involved in this training. Here, just a few slides to show all that training that we had done through different exercises. And then we also wanted to have our participants interact with the community. So we organized lots of interviews, street walks of the participants, so that they start to really understand from the community what they want. How do they perceive their own heritage? Which is really important to have multiple perspectives on heritage understood. And lastly, I'm just concluding here by explaining our track 2, which was focused on building craftsmen, where we organized 4 workshops for stone, alabaster, metalworks, and woodworks. And I just want to show you a few. Again, it was very hands-on. We established workshops in the city, and these workshops, I'm happy to say, are still running. So we didn't want to just do the workshops and go away. We wanted to make a system by which they can run even when ICCROM withdraws from that place. So now we have just concluded our training, but the workshops are still there, and the craftsmen still continue to learn and impart these skills further to the young generation. Here you can see alabaster training workshop going on. This is on metalwork. And we believed very strongly in partnerships, and that's why we developed multiple partnerships from University of Mosul, where we hope that the training can continue as a full research program, and we are in talks with them, because we don't want it to be just ICCROM driven program. We want this whole resources to be training conservation professionals in the future in Mosul, in the university setup. And then Dominican Order, Ministry of Education and Culture, and of course the local communities. Sustainability has been the key thrust for us, and we have always believed in that, and I've already mentioned that, so I won't get into that. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. We firmly believe that recovery is not an end in itself. Recovery is a way to build resilience, and if we don't have that inbuilt in the way we design our capacity building programs, our recovery will not be sustainable. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Rohit. Really exciting work happening on the ground in Mosul. You know, it's really fascinating. I do know very well the challenges, the strictness sometimes in trying to put things on the ground and make them happen. So it's like a dream that comes true. So well done to you and all the team and everybody working in there. And just a very quick question, Rohit. When do you think that the kind of involvement will come to an end? You know, there is an element of sustainability of keeping the training and keeping the workshops happening. But are you starting to see any impact on the ground gradually? I know it's going to be very, very limited at the moment, but is there any, you know, green light at the end of the tunnel that there is impact, and how long do we need to continue this?
Yes, it's a very good question, and I would be saying that yes, we start to see light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a very dim light. I would be very frank. I would not say that things are all looking very bright and things are going to happen. It's still a long way to go. And I would say, what is the main reason? The main reason is that, you know, until the local governance is really empowered and is enlightened and is motivated enough to carry on this task, because at the end of it, it's local governance that matters. We can try and raise awareness among community. We can develop skills, knowledge. That's all good, but there has to be institutional mechanisms that are enabling these to go on. I feel that that's still a little bit weak. That needs to be really, and we have been having lots of discussions with the government at different levels as well to really make them understand how important it is to support craftsmen, how important it is that when they float tenders, you know, some of our and I'll be very frank here because I think it's important for us to keep this in mind. When some of our participants have set up an NGO and they have started to really work on this whole subject. They are so motivated, but they feel very difficult to find projects, to get the projects, because the whole tendering process where they require the kind of, it's not really supporting local young professionals. It is all meant to be based on the how many years of experience do you have, whether you have done some international projects. Now, for these young people, it's very hard to compete with a firm that may come from some other country and compete for the same project. So they fight all the time for some of these projects. So I think these roadblocks are there, but again, it is our duty, and from ICCROM side, I can say that we try to support them wherever we want them to get endorsement. We give them endorsement. We try and also say that, okay, we will be partnering with you, so you have that kind of you can show that you have an international support system. Anyways, I wanted to answer this question to say that yes, I see that there are these positive things happening. I also see some very interesting projects taking place. Like the local community has set up a museum in the city entirely on their own. But at the end, I really hope that the governance, the institutional system is going to really be also
on board.
Can support.
On board.
Yes, of
on
course.
board. Yeah, that's
exactly.
the problem.
On board. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much once again, Rohit. Really exciting talk, and I hope, and I'm sure that has been really informative to everybody here in the seminar today. So again, there will be some questions, I'm sure, at the end of this session, but we will just carry on with the rest of the talks that we have in session 2. I'll hand over to Fatma now for presenting our next list of speakers.
Thank you, Coach Jihan. Thank you, Dr. Rohit, for sharing your work experience with us. Our next speaker is Ala Ababna. Are you there, Mr. Ala?
Yes, I'm Ala Ababin.
Sorry. Ala.
Okay.
Ala. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. I will start introducing you. Please prepare your slides and share them.
Okay.
Ala is a civil engineering graduate with an MA Conservation and Management of Cultural Resources. His passion her passion lies in the preservation and study of cultural heritage sites. With research and field experience, she actively engaged in projects related to museum, archaeology, and the preservation of cultural heritage. She is currently pursuing a PhD in classical archaeology, focusing on documentation, material science, and conservation using digital technology. The title of her presentation today is Preventive Measures and Policies to Protecting Cultural Heritage from Human Risks. Welcome, Ala.
Thank you. Okay. Preventive measurement and policies for protection cultural heritage from human risk is an important subject. Okay. Introduction. Significance of cultural heritage and need for its protection. Cultural heritage holds immense significance.
Can you
what?
About your slides, can make them bigger. Full screen.
Okay.
Yeah, can you please make it like full slideshow, please?
Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Cultural heritage hold immense significance as its present the collective history and values of society. It's very important for deep understanding of our roots and serve as between the past, present, and the future. The implementation preventive measurement and policies is very important for cultural heritage from these preventive our cultural heritage from this human risk. By taking a protective action, we can we can protect our cultural heritage and the potential harm and ensure the preservation of our cultural. The aim of this presentation is shed light of the importance of preservation cultural heritage strategy to achieve this goal. A human risk is included conflict, vandalism, theft, urbanization, natural disease, and disaster, and others who significant danger to the preservation and access of valuable cultural heritage and sites. A human risk in cultural heritage, artificial and sites can have several consequences, lead to the permanent loss or the destruction of a replacement historical artificial valuable evidence of our past. Cultural sites can irreversibly damage and can lose for future future generation of opportunities to experience and learn from these landmark. The looting and dread of cultural artificial conflict that lose of cultural identity and undermine the integrity of cultural heritage. Preservation action is very important for raising awareness among communities, the decision maker, and public, because increasing awareness of all of these is develop a strong sense of our ownership and responsibility toward their cultural heritage, and collective effort to preserve and protect it. Decision makers, including governments and policymakers, become more informed about the values and significance of the cultural heritage, leading to the formulation of the effective policies and allocation of resources for its protection. The general public, when educated about the importance of cultural heritage, can become advocate and ambassador of preservation, promoting a culture of respect and habit. Raising awareness, also ensuring remain priority and disclosure all of preservation, let's say, works. Education is a play important rules for ownership and ownership and all stakeholders in cultural heritage. Through education, individual gain knowledge about historical, social, and cultural significance of the culture, and education enable transmission of cultural value, traditional and or practice from generate the next. By incorporate cultural heritage into education, students develop deeper understanding our own cultural heritage and fostering cultural diversity. Okay, it's the most important tools using to preventive or preservation the cultural heritage, utilizing advanced technology. Advanced technology is remote sensing, digital documentation, and monitoring system. These tools or technology using to preserve the cultural heritage and sites or monuments. One of the real example is the using laser scanning in Jordan and Jadara Channel. This site is tunnel located in North Jordan. It's a unique and one of the longest Roman tunnel. The tunnel has been subjected to several deterioration and damaging factors. These represent the major threat to tourism. Using laser scanning in the site in two stages. The first stage using laser scanning to collect data, and the second stage using cloud computing and software to analyze the data and classify the structural stability for the tunnel. The first stage is segment the tunnel to 4 segments. All of the segments is to collect data from all of the segments and then classify is safe or not safe. Then after we collecting data from the site or and channel, we draw the site map. This site map preventive and documents the current state of the tunnel and details more accurate the angle and curves of the tunnel, which is accurate from the previous plan. This figure appeared Dara tunnel previous plan from drawing, and the second picture is the Dara tunnel site map from laser scanning. And now we work with the ArtRisk researcher fuzzy model tools. This ArtRisk tools is the GIS tool collaborate with the ArtRisk tool to it's artificial intelligence tools. This tool is using GIS and experience the researcher and all experts to classify the risk and any threats in any sites or monument. This tool is recently used in Herdian Arc in Jerash to prevent the arc and document it by using this tool. And community engage is very important to protection of cultural heritage. First of all, by involving the local community and decision-making process, ensure that knowledge perspective are considered, and sustainable preservation effort focus on balancing the conservation of cultural heritage with economy development. It's finally conclusion. The protection of cultural heritage from human risk is very important aspect. We have many points such as various risks threatening cultural heritage. The consequence of these risks is important of rule of education, advanced technology, community engagement, and continuous evaluation in cultural heritage. To address this risk, education play a important role fostering ownership, appropriate and responsible to our cultural heritage, and advanced technology such as remote sensing, digital documentation. It's a good tool for assessment and timely intervention. Community engagement, empower local community partnership, and ensure prevention efforts. However, the work doesn't end here. We must continue our collective efforts and preventive actions to protect and raising awareness among community decision makers and all stakeholders. This preservation culture isn't about protection the past. It's fostering, identify, promoting all for future generation. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, for your presentation. We will move to our next presenter.
Yes, I'm here.
Xiaolu Wang.
Yeah.
Xiaolu Wang
yes.
is a PhD candidate at the University of Sheffield, being guided by the supervision of Dr. Xiangren and Jan Wadestra. Recently, she has successfully submitted her PhD thesis. Her doctoral thesis primarily revolves around studying Buddhist architecture and cultural heritage. Her presentation title today is Contemplating Developmental Progression at UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Sites, Mount Wutai. Welcome.
Yep. Thanks for your introduce. Hello, good day. I'm Xiaolu Wang. I'm delighted to be here to discuss the topic of cultural heritage and have this wonderful opportunity to share my developing idea with all of you. Today's presentation tries to conduct an in-depth analysis of a cultural heritage site we called it Mount Wutai in China, encompassing an exploration of its historical significance, contemporary development, and management. My objective is to encourage in a scholarly discourse surrounding the historical concept of cultural heritage and the preservation, to explore the potential way to make sure the religion's cultural heritage continues to thrive in the future. Wutai is the first sacred mountains of Buddhism in China, located in Shanxi province. It is a cluster of mountains characterized by unique topography with 5 high terraced and barren landscape peaks, with namely like west, center, north, south, and the east peaks. There are significantly different in altitude between its northern and southern parts. The development of this remote area has been constantly influenced by religious, political, economic, and ecological issues. This fresco is probably the earliest visible evidence of Mount Wutai, was painted on the western wall, Mogao Cave number 61. It reproduced the mountains scenery and the pilgrimage spectacle from the 10th century as a Buddhist center. The mural also contains a large number of monasteries and Buddhists and visitors. It remains a valuable resource for researchers to explore the ideology of Buddhist monuments and architecture in the 10th century in China. For instance, during medieval China, Mount Wutai was generally confirmed as the secret dwelling of the Buddhist deity called Manjusrin Bodhisattva in this painting. If we were to only redraw all the buildings, we would find that all the monasteries depicted on this fresco were oriented toward the center, where the true body monastery of Manjusrin Bodhisattva is located, at the foot of the center peak. It is apparent that the identity of Manjusrin Bodhisattva influenced the orientation of monasteries in this fresco. And this actually reflects the general Buddhist ideology of monasticism on Mount Wutai. And not only was monasticism on the mountain shaped or redefined by the Manjusrin cult, but also the landscape was included. Before India Buddhism spread to Wutai in China, the mountain used to be a secret place for Chinese tourists. There was no conceptualization of any peaks at that time. However, when Mount Wutai was re-identified as the dwelling of Manjusrin Bodhisattva, Buddhists associate with the 5 peaks of the mountain with the 5 wisdom of Manjusrin. And according to the Buddhist Sutra, Manjusrin Bodhisattva have 5 top nodes of hair, and each representing one of the 5 Manjusrin wisdom. These 5 secret aspects of Manjusrin Bodhisattva were subtly linked to the 5 peaks of the mountain, resulting in a transformation of the mountain's landscape in accordance with the Buddhist philosophy of Manjusrin Bodhisattva. And all of these elements can find complete expression in many Buddhist artworks. This is a wood block painting on the, that is a wood block painting of Mount Wutai. It captures a magnificent scene of pilgrims worshipping amid this lovely backdrop of mountain. And in the center of the map, a group of Tibetan Buddhism is seen working from the Manjusrin monastery alongside the court officials. A Buddhist priest sits in an open lighter following a government's saddle chair. The background of the map deliberately highlights the 5 peaks of the mountain, which are symbolic of the Manjusrin cult. This painting, therefore, not only indicates that the monastery framework and the landscape on the mountains have continued to be embodied Buddhist philosophy related to the Manjusrin cult, lasting from the 10th century to the 19th century. It also shows the strong support for the Tibetan Buddhism by the Manchu rulers in the Qing dynasty. Another archive, it meticulously documents the location of all the royal palaces along the pilgrimage routes and nearby mountains and monument landmarks, and of course the 5 peaks as well. This map vividly displays the profound interplay between the Buddhist mountain and the realm of politics. That is the earliest photo of the mountains range captured by a Japanese scholar in 1925. And during this period, temples was dispersed throughout the mountain valleys, and they constitute the primary architectural elements within the natural landscape. So far, even though 10 centuries have passed and the Manjusrin monastery has experienced numerous times of reconstruction. However, its location situated at this top of Linjiu platform and at the foot of the center peak has never been changed. And the cult of Manjusrin is still very popular in here. After the era of China's reform and opening up, the area has underwent 4 planning phases, each plans towards addressing diverse issues and challenges. These phases also show how cultural heritage development has evolved and involved many aspects like culture, society, economics, and politics. For example, in the social context of China's reform and opening up during the time in 1980s, the country's economic development was just beginning to rapidly expand. Cultural heritage, of course, was not the government's top priority at that time. And as a result, the plan to protect the mountain was not approved until 10 years later. After its initial drafting in 1987. So that leading to a relatively outdated and imperfect planning concept. And this area was firstly, at that time, designated as the tourist destination, with the local government's economic emphasis on tourism. It underwent a rapid transformation from a very secret and isolated Buddhist kingdom into a modern small city. Numerous infrastructure, modern roads, and modern residential buildings were haphazardly constructed in the core historical area. However, during the second stage, from 2006 to 2010, as a part of the local government's pursuit of UNESCO World Heritage status, the scenic area enacted a policy that focused on preserving only significant historical buildings, while demolishing all contemporary structures and relocating all non-Buddhist communities from this core area to nearby tourism service zone. And the vacated land resulting from these relocations was marked by the original ancient landscape. As you can see through the comparison of the two Google Maps, before and after the demolition work in the core area. Subsequently, in the third planning stage of the Mount Wutai from 2015 to 2019, government's development efforts transitioned into a quite slower phase, placing a main focus on preservation. The developmental progress during this stage was very, very modest when compared with the achievement of 2 past development plans. More specifically, the protection plan in this stage was structured into 3 tiers. The first level zone, which includes the core area with a dense collection of historical buildings and highlighted by the dark green area in the map, the second level zone and the third level zone. These measures include rigorous controls with a paramount emphasis on safeguarding the historical building in the first and the second level zones. This is a panoramic view depicting the construction of the infrastructure and the landscaping in the core area following the demolition plan in 2017. And finally, following several years of renovation and transformation, the Buddhist building and the landscape in this core area have once again become an essential symbol of the mountain. Under the latest development plan for the period between 2020 to 2035, the government has introduced a stricter and clearer regulation limiting and controlling the construction of the new building in the core area. The core focus of the plan also remains the preservation of the ecological and natural landscape. New constructions is only permitted within the zone 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. So you have 3 minutes left.
Sure, no problem. I'm about to finish. However, beyond these restrictions on construction, the latest protection plan also introduced the concept of sustainability. And I'd say for the past few years, it seems that the economic sustainability of cultural heritage at the mountain is more successful. Because every year, many tourists visit this place, especially during Buddhist festivals. The government has also constructed numerous new facilities to assist the tourists, which not only generates substantial revenue, but also creates lots of job opportunities. In summary, these projects represent a complex challenge in aligning culture, economic and environmental sustainability. However, I'd say there's still a long way to go if we aim to transition the cultural heritage from mere protection to sustainable development. One of the challenges we face is the evolution of Buddhist architecture. We need to carefully consider how it can adapt and evolve the sustainably without losing its fundamental identity. In addition, it's worth noting that many of the protection plans discussed earlier have shown less concern about the engagement and the involvement of Buddhist community. But Buddhist community plays a crucial role in enhancing the sustainable development of the Buddhist culture. So I'd say investing in Buddhist community is not a social cost, but rather than an investment in the future of the mountain. Furthermore, there is another important concern that deserves our focus: the decline of traditional craftsmanship and the loss of the invaluable handcrafting skills. We were somehow neglected by all the protection plans. However, this knowledge and these skills are important for preserving and redeveloping our cultural heritage comprehensively. Last but not least, we still need to establish flexible mechanisms that allow heritage analysis by academics to have a more meaningful impact on sustainable development of Mount Wutai. Yes, I believe that covers everything I wanted to discuss today. Thank you all for listening, and please feel free to ask any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaulu. Thank you so much for your presentation. We are moving to Rusfina. Rusfina Wadawati. Rusfina is currently a first-year PhD student at the School of Civil Engineering at the University of Leeds. She has a Master of Science in Architecture from the University of Gajah Mada, Indonesia. Rusfina has been a lecturer in the Department of Architecture at the University of Malawurman since 2020. Also, she's a researcher at the University of Malawurman, focusing on architecture, heritage, and rare architecture. Welcome, Rusfina, and the floor is yours. You can start.
Thank you, Fatma. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for Prof. Jihan and Dr. Mai for being here, and all the audience that are attending from the morning until now. So today I will present my literature review on managing cultural heritage in lessons learned from practices in Indonesia. So today agenda, I will talk about cultural heritage in Indonesia in short, and challenges in cultural heritage preservation, Indonesia policy in law and regulation, on practices in Indonesia, and the last conclusion, what we can learn from practices in Indonesia. So we know that Indonesia is an archipelagic country that has a diverse culture and from tangible heritage and intangible heritage. And if we have this cultural heritage, we have a few periodic of cultural heritage from the prehistoric era, Hinduism and Islam, from the classic and up to the Dutch colonial. These are some of the examples of the cultural heritage in those periods. But like other places, Indonesia also have been challenges in preserving and conserving its cultural heritage from the human behavior and the nature, from the earthquake, volcanic weather, and fire. That's why we need cultural heritage management. So how does Indonesia regulation manage these challenges? So from the government level, we have a law on cultural heritage number 10 of 2010. This law consists of 4 clauses about the preservation, restoration, research, and utilization of the cultural heritage. And in brief, how the analysis on the impact of the environmental of the cultural heritage. And lower than that, we have a Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing. They consist of the identification study of how in specific, the building, the cultural heritage building, to be assessed and to be analyzed, the whether is the cultural heritage building, whether to be preserved, restored, or reconstructed. And also it's mentioned about the expert team of the cultural heritage that should have give a recommendation or analysis of how the cultural heritage in specific building to be researched, to be restored, to be conserved, and to be preserved. So in technical guideline, we also have like impact study of cultural heritage guideline that consists of from the cultural heritage, from the assessment, the potential of the cultural heritage to be listed on the cultural heritage up to impact study, activity stage, until the monitoring and evaluation of the cultural heritage building. So how about the practices in the level of the practice in Indonesia? So today I will give an example from the Borobudur Temple in Magelang, the Subak irrigation system in Bali, and the minaret of Kudus Mosque in Central Java. So the Borobudur Temple is well-known Buddhist temple that most complex stupa in the world, that was built by King Samaratunga and completed by his daughter in the 9th century of 1800. It's composed of 2 million blocks andesite rocks and contains almost 3,000 relief panels, which arranged in row and have 4 terraces. It reaches 6 kilometers in length, and we can see here in the cross section of the Borobudur, it's consists of 4 parts from the base, the square terrace, the second floor, the round terrace, and the main stupa. The relic depict on how the human journey from the ordinary people that are full of desire until it reaches moksha, or purity of the spirituality. And the cause of the damage of the Borobudur temple is mainly from volcanic eruption and earthquake, because it's situated in the ring on fire. So, and then the climate and human behavior, and how the government handling it by the technique action like covering the stupa and the cleaning up and ashes removal. For the earthquake, they took like consolidated with reinforcement to adhesive injection. And for the climate, they restore the temple by blacklit installation water for the improvement of the connection between the rocks, and cleaning up the temple from the mud and from the fungus and the ashes. And for the human behavior, they now run the standard operating procedure for the tourists by eliminating on the number of visitors up to only 1,200 per day. And the tourists that visit the mountain should choose special slippers for those who wants to climb up to until to the temple. And for the management aspect, currently Borobudur Temple is managed by PT Taman Wisata Candi Borobudur in coordination with Borobudur Conservation Center and Cultural Heritage Expert Team, but will be handed over. Now they are drafting a decree to PT Aviasi Wisata Indonesia Tourism and its porters, and this company will be responsible not only for tourism management but also conservation, spiritual, and education aspect. And the second example is the Subak. The Subak is the irrigation system in Bali. This cultural heritage listed as a World of Heritage in 2012. The Subak system is mainly the distribution system for the farmland in Bali that in line with Balinese philosophy, Trihita Karana, which could be literally retranslated as three causes of happiness. So if the human want to reach happiness, they have to maintain harmonious relationship with God, nature, and human. So this is the system from the resort of spring water in the peak of the mountain, and they distribute the water to the regional water network. So the system consists of a few subaks and reach to the end use to individual households. So what makes it interesting that these systems, like the earlier, that inline the philosophy of Trihita Karana, that's not only the engineering aspect that distribute the water, but we can see every the point of the distributed channel has the temple to the secondary to tertiary until the end use of the household use. And for the management aspect, they still concerned about how the Trihita Karana aspect involving and how they are managing the subaks from the water distribution to the farmer and to their farmland. So the challenge, the mainly is the subak system is in number is gradually decreasing because the changing of the farmland into the resort, hotel, and the tourism spot and economic modernization that the people of the local Balinese is like less to be involved to subak system. So the government will give support by maintaining subak area and maintaining the Trihita Karana philosophy. So from the government, they support from the tax incentive and incentive for penjuru, supporting aids of equipment and production of facilities and to assistance and supervision in maintaining customs and tradition, distribution of rice crop, and enforcement to help subak area to become an overcome, could be ecotourism area. In maintaining Trihita Karana, it's which three aspects, parayangan in religious aspect, they support by giving budget to help ritual regarding the subak and the pawangan between establishing the engineering aspect of how they manage to people that as a manager or people that get the workforce for the subak, and the palamahan, how they plan the irrigation channel, the infrastructure, the water, the planting arrangement, and good farming practice. And the last is the minaret of Kudus Mosque in Kudus, Central Java. The ancient mosque is situated in Central Java, but was built in 1685 by Sheikh Jafar Sodik. But the part of this complex that was listed in as a cultural heritage is the minaret. In the elevation we can see the best part, the body and the head, as we is very much closer to Hinduism typology rather than Islamic mosque typology, because at that time, when Islam came into Indonesia, they tried to assimilate between the Islamic values in to Indonesia that already there with the Hinduism. So this is the changing of Kudus mosques through times from the 1500 to 16 and 18, 19, and end of the 1980. We can see the minaret is the one part that remain us in original shapes from the beginning. And so that's why it's listed as a cultural heritage in Indonesia. A bit different from the Borobudur temple and the Subak. The cause of the damage in this minaret is mainly from the climate, hot temperature and rain, because it's built from the red bricks, so it will damaging the appearance of the minaret. And the heavy vehicular vibration, because the in front of the minaret is a highway that very high road of the very heavy vehicle. So
sorry, Rosfina, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay, sure. And this support from the government level is from the Cultural Heritage Conservation Center and the Cultural Heritage Conservation Center in City of Kudus. They restored in 2002 of the damage and the refinement of the foundation and the restoration of the curve that affected by the heavy vehicle vibration. But the daily activities level, the activities on the mosques is mainly run by the Yayasan Masjid Menara dan Makam, or in English, Foundation of Mosques, Minarets, and Tombs of Sunan Kudus. So we can conclude for these 3 examples in general that the risk of the cultural heritage in Indonesia is very different, depends on where the situation, the local context, and so the way the management is handling is also different between these various of cultural heritage, depend on the technical level of place, people, culture, and beliefs. So these are the references, and thank you. Back to you, Fatma.
Thank you, Rosfina, for your well-prepared presentation. We will move to our next presenter, Dr. Aida Al-Jaroushi. Dr. Aida.
Yes, hello everyone.
Hi everyone. Hi, Dr. Aida. I will introduce you. Dr. Aida obtained her doctoral degree in land use, planning, management, and design historic preservation from the College of Architecture, Texas Tech University. Her research focuses on historic preservation, planning, international planning and development, critical theory, and event development, and science and technology studies. Al-Jaroushi examines the intersection between historic preservation and urbanization in the global South North Africa region. The title of her talk today is Heritage Safeguarding versus urban transformation, exploring the case of Tripolis Historical Center. Welcome, Dr. Aida, and the floor is yours.
Yeah, if you are able to send us the slides, might be easier for you.
I will. Yeah, I think this is the best thing to do. Yeah, I'm sorry for the delay.
Is it possible to move to the next presenter till we upload and download?
I think it's better. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah, our next presenter is Muhammad Nazmul Hassan. Muhammad is a young, passionate heritage and archaeology research dedicated to contributing heritage and archaeology academic field for sustainable development. He has a master in archaeology, heritage management, field archaeology, public archaeology. at Comilla University, Bangladesh. Mr. Hassan employs innovative mixed methods, strategy, passionate and forward-thinking. His insights illuminate new pathways for preserving our treasure, past amidst involving challenges. His research today title is Safeguarding Our Heritage, Identifying and Mitigating Human Industry Research Risks in Cultural Heritage Management and Protection in Bangladesh.
Okay,
Welcome.
so good afternoon, everyone. This is Amir Nazmul Hassan. I am from Bangladesh. And thank you for giving me opportunity to sharing my ideas in this platform. Today, I'm talking about safeguarding our heritage, identifying and mitigating humanitarian risks in cultural heritage management and protection in Bangladesh. Though mostly in this presentation, I will focus on identifying humanitarian risks in Bangladesh. So heritage sites are gradually becoming more vulnerable due to natural decay and also mostly humanitarian activity around the globe. Bangladesh is one of them. For the geographical location, liberal cultural competition, Bangladesh has a rich distribution of historical background with many remarkable cultural and natural heritage sites. Identifying human risks, and mitigating is a primary focus of this research. Through the methodological approach, the issue like rapid urbanization, infrastructural development, unplanned commercial activity, and identified many other things with heritage literacy also reason for the risk assessment. So heritage sites are precious evidence of various renowned human settlement, their glorious, tangible and intangible past in the contribution of the present society. That's why preserving and conserving these heritage sites are part of a social and cultural existence. According to the UNESCO Heritage Site Convention, various kind of man-made and national-made factors are responsible for making heritage sites more vulnerable, like climate change, extreme climate events, changing weather, and also many man-made activity like development, unplanned development activity, rapid urban growth, rapid development, population pressure, and many other things. One of the major example is in recent time, one of the World Heritage Site in South Asia named Taj Mahal, which is very eye-catching all over the world, which is also a World Heritage Site, which is very much vulnerable due to human activity like air pollution and rapid infrastructural development in surrounding of the heritage site. So in development country like Bangladesh, heritage sites are already under great threat of various climate extreme conditions. And nowadays, non-climatic issues are also becoming a very matter consideration for heritage existence. For heritage site vulnerability, weak land use policy, weak tourism policy and monitoring, and also weak urban and regional planning are the reason for this. So in this research, I'll try to identify why actually it will happen in our country and also increase awareness, boost up the conservation procedures. There is a small introduction about archaeological sites and heritage rich in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, two World Heritage sites. One is Paharpur Buddhist Bihar and another one is Baghdad Shad Gambuz Mosque. And very recent in 2023, 6 types of archaeological sites are enlisted in UNESCO updated tentative list. These are archaeological sites on deltaic landscape of Bangladesh. These are category 5 and 6 outstanding OUV and archaeological sites of Lalmai Moinamoti, Mughal mosques, Mughal and colonial temple, Mughal fort. So it shows that a multicultural architectural heritage in Bangladesh are existence. So in this research, I'll try to focus on mixed method approach. Mostly I focus on quality data collection, and I also try to use some quantitative method for understanding human intention and what actually they think about archaeological sites and why they are just not aware about this burning issue. So human introduce risks for significant threat in cultural heritage worldwide. The risks encompass direct and indirect impact on our heritage in Bangladesh. Range activity like including vandalism, influenced by fanatic activity, population, pollution from industrial process. These are also happen. And climate condition, urbanization, and awareness, unplanned city planning are becoming major threat of heritage protection. So here I'll try to show the background of the human risk assessment in Bangladesh. Mostly in Bangladesh, rapid growing population is a major problem. Another one is unplanned urbanization and economic advancement. So for this reason, in the surrounding of the heritage site, population density, land of scarcity, unplanned banding, and unplanned infrastructural development was massively changes, and lots of infrastructural development are growing in nowadays. So as the reason, the problem is people are grabbing heritage property, and they just introduce harmful economic activity, like they are doing their business without any kind of planning, and most of the time with social awareness is also reason, and people are just threatened to our heritage. So through this problem, regular maintenance, there is some limitation to the site managers and our government officials, like regular maintenance is must, but our funding is limited because Bangladesh is a developing country. So in this field, there is not much more fund for proper maintenance. Another one is lack of awareness. Most of the people are not know about why it is important to our society, why it's important to our next generation. And the most important thing is policymaker gap influence heritage destruction. So we have some rules and regulation, but this is not much more effective to control this kind of threat. Here I can show, like this picture is from 2007. I just captured on Google Earth. There is this one is one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sensitivity site named Shalban Bihara. After 2022, there is a lots of infrastructural development enhanced last 10 or 15 years. So this is alarming fact. The infrastructural development increasing exponentially day by day. It means double in a year. And then flood and climate change is another common problem in our country, because a common question for Bangladesh citizen, though we live in our underwater, because Bangladesh is like a lower basin, and it's covered almost 1,000 rivers, and most of the land are covered by water. Most of the experts assume that 2050, most of the land submerged by flood cause of global warming. So it's also directly or indirectly related to the human, because people are not able to control these issues. And another one is unplanned rapid economic and commercial activity. Like this one is Moscow, and near the place, people are just start their business like fishing hatchery. So when in monsoon region, saline water was covered all over the site, and this was also threatened to our heritage. So yeah, it's also happened in our most of the heritage sites in Bangladesh. This one is an example of Sunakhola mosque, which is extremely vulnerable situation, and cause of fishing hatchery just around the structure during the monsoon. The saline water is covered these sites, and it was in danger to the heritage site. So another one is fanatic people activity. Most of the people have no idea about heritage site, so there's just distraction and another religious sculpture or any other sites, and they think that it will be a good things for their afterlife. So illiteracy is the another problem to threaten for this kind of heritage and archaeological evidence also. And in this travel, I'll try to identify what kind of risks this type of activity, like unplanned urbanization, very high risk for property protection, and material durability is moderate, cultural essence is high, transactional landscape is also high. Flood and climate change is also property protection and risk is very high, material durability is also high, cultural essence is moderate, and traditional landscape is high. Unplanned commercial activity, the property protection is maybe high, material durability is moderate, and cultural essence is high. And then lack of social awareness, this is also major issues for our heritage threat and like property protection is high, and material durability also high, because most of the people, when they just visit the places, they enjoy to the endanger the sites, because they have no detailed knowledge about heritage value and other things. So the culturation is also very high, because they have no idea about heritage sites. And lack of tourism policy, that is another problem, because in Bangladesh is a developing country, so we have not a proper tourism policy. So most of the archaeological sites are also threatened for these issues. So these are the main issue. So what actually we should take initiative for safeguarding sites for vulnerability, to protection from vulnerability? One of is rapid commercial activity. So small and large enterprises have their own business strategy, and they think that the heritage sites get advantage to their business. So most of the time they just crowd on the near the heritage site. So maybe that's why unplanned commercial settlement around the historical site, Bangladesh is a great trend. It will also hamper spiritual and cultural essence. I think government and policymakers should take initiative over them, and public-private partnership activity also maybe work on this field, because in Bangladesh, I can see most of the heritage sites have no initiative for local stakeholders and surrounding and people awareness activity. And another one is unplanned urbanization. For accommodating fast-growing population, more lands are needed. So indirectly, it creates a great trend to the historical sites area. Mostly in city area, building historical sites are threatened by new development projects. So I think government should take initiative about strict guideline, policy, and implementation of the law can minimize this kind of threat. Weak policy structure and implementation is always remarkable reason for vulnerability in history of Bangladesh. And then climate change. Climate change is global issue. So already in the global perspective, people are taking initiative, but in Bangladesh, in policy level, maybe they are working, but in rural, most of the heritage sites have not much more initiative for improving impact on climate changes. So this is also happened. And mostly in monsoon region, most of the sites are just submerged the flood. So maybe we can use digital documentation process for safeguarding our heritage, and also government should take initiative to protection and safeguarding for our future generation. And then another one is lack of awareness. Educate most of the people, maybe almost 78% people are literate in Bangladesh, but in heritage, our heritage literature, heritage knowledge, most of them have no idea about this, and they are just talking about very silly things. So maybe educating to the local people, developing social awareness, understanding the responsibility.
Sorry, Mr. Muhammad, you have 2 minutes. You have to leave minutes left.
Yeah. Okay. So I think like government should take initiative. Government and NGO, government and international NGO can take initiative to public-private partnership for educating people and public community involvement, local stakeholder involvement to awareness heritage value and other circumstances, and then it will be work. So another, I just try to say in brief, all developed land use policy is must for tangible and heritage site properties, which is still missing here. Another one is this land law have to be applied properly to avoid these vulnerable issues of the heritage sites. And then connection with heritage with local communities, local government agencies, NGOs, and international organizations in cultural heritage protection must be taken initiative. As we can see in Bangladesh, lots of developing work like child education, Rohingya sustainable development, and any other issues. But for heritage, we cannot see any other international collaboration or international funding. So international organizations should focus on this, and also researchers, because in Bangladesh, we can see only 2 universities study in archaeological study. So we have not much more institute for making expertise on archaeological study. So I think government should take initiative to enhance for these issues, and international collaboration also enhance this kind of expertise to safeguarding our heritage. And then heritage literacy and social awareness should be enhanced in collaboration with national and international funding opportunities. And finally, digital documentation on civil vulnerability sites for further research and archive also be a take initiative for for the initiative, though most of the sites are very vulnerable nowadays. But for most of the government agencies focus on World Heritage Site or World Heritage Sensitive Site and not the other sites. So we should be a mass level initiative to safeguarding our heritage to protect from human introduced risks and also preservation our heritage past for our next generation. And finally, I just try to say, without awareness, our prestigious heritage site cannot be preserved for our future
Sorry,
generations.
Mr. Muhammad, your time is out.
I just take 1 minute.
Okay.
Understood that with economic condition like so if we want to protect our heritage site, phasic conservation strategy are most effective ways. This kind of threat mostly man-made, so this can be controlled by our own effort. Local administration, Department of Archaeology, national, international government organization collaboration can be solved these issues. So finally, I just would love to say, in developing country, people are concerned about heritage and they care about heritage for our next generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad. Dr. Aida, I received your slides. Do you want me to share it?
So just keep an eye, Dr. Fatma, well, Dr. Seila, that there are some.
Fatma without Dr.
Yeah, almost. There are many slides with animations, so just be in a rush, you know.
Let me know when you want to go to the next.
I want to make it easier to read.
I will focus with you.
Okay, thank you very much. You can start with adding the title. So hello everyone, my name is Aida Jaruchi. As Ms. Fatma Seila mentioned about my background, I'm focusing in this presentation on explaining the challenges between the challenges that prevent safeguarding Tripoli's historic center, and I will start with, I will explain how that historic center was shaped and created and shaped over time during consecutive political periods, and then how it was transformed and disfigured, many of its landmarks. Yeah, so I will start with historic, I'll tell you one by one, okay? Excuse me. So I will start with mentioning the preservation laws to which Libya is committed. So historic urban landscapes, the primary definition of historic urban landscapes was first formed during the Vienna Memorandum based on the definition of historic and architectural areas in UNESCO 1976 recommendation which is just not all the definition. I just quoted these two lines. Every historic area and its surroundings should be considered in their totality as a coherent whole whose balance and specific nature depend on the fusion of the parts of which it is composed. Yes, correct. So Libya is committed, is a committed country to national and international preservation laws. It owns local preservation law number 3 of the year 1993. It's also a member of several international cultural organizations. Specifically, it is a member of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, since 1953, and it ratified the 1972 World Heritage Convention, in which the ratification of this agreement placed upon Libya the responsibility to safeguard both its national and international cultural heritage within its border or on its land. So yeah, the next, yeah. So, however, despite Libya's commitment to preservation rules, historic preservation curriculum is not taught in Libyan universities, and also this condition has impact on urban planning decisions, since stakeholders often take or lack sufficient awareness of how to safeguard urban cultural heritage. So this map, the maps on the left, the two maps on the left show the location of Tripoli on Libya's map, and the lower map shows the 9 communes of Tripoli, and the shaded in pink commune is the historic center. It's also illustrated on this map 2 animations. Yeah. This map shows the boundary of the historic center of Tripoli, and it shows also that it's consisted of 2 sections, the old city and the colonial development, which is attached to the old city. Once again, yes, thank you. So I will start by explaining how that part of, so my focus is on the colonial development, not the old city for this presentation. And I will focus on, I will explain how this area was created and shaped and then transformed. So the main component of ancient Tripoli included as you see on the left map, the Khorasan-shaped natural harbor. It was established as a Phoenician settlement during the 7th century before Christ, and this natural harbor attracted the settlers to find a shelter for their ships and to find place for trade. So the city was encompassing, or its components were the old city and its street network, the Roman street network, and also the fortification walls, the Red Castle, and it was a closed community, as you see. Next. So this is the gate, the main gate of the city. The next. This next image shows how the Ottoman colonization or colonizers during the 1860s created or decided to extend the development outside of the walled city, and they demolished the gate. Next, yeah, please. Yeah. The Ottoman colonizers demolished the ancient gate of that gated community to connect the old city with the new external development. Next. According to SELEC 2008, the Ottomans created 2 master plans for developing that area of the city, and they call it which they call it Tripoli, Tarabulus. The new development directed the street network towards the demolished gates. So that's why we have the radial street network in that area. Next. Yes, so after the Ottoman colonizers' withdrawal, the Italians colonized Libya, and they shaped, or they left some pieces of the Roman development, but they also shaped that area according to some ideas related to Roman design, and some ideas taken from Rome city. So they shaped this the main square. Please quickly. Yeah, there are many animations. Yeah, sorry, no, the previous one. Yeah. I feel confused now. The Italians turned the 2 open spaces that left by the Ottomans into 1 square and became Tripoli's main square. According to McLaren, the road and the waterfront that were created at that time also completed in 1924, and the main square was shaped during the same period. Next. After this, there was another development done by the Italians because they wanted to, or the reason was to enhance the street network. And because as you see, the Red Castle was interrupting the continuity of the coastal road. So during the 1920s, it was this shape, but during the 1930s, that design was changed, and they decided to create a tunnel passageway through the Red Castle. Would you please just, these two animations, you can see the Red Castle, the tunnel, and how the street was connected there then. Yes, this is the place where they opened the gate for the tunnel passageway. Next. This is how the tunnel was look like, the interior part of the tunnel, and as you see, that's why it's called a tunnel passageway. It has an open space inside it, and its gates are covered. According to Giroshi 2023, creating the tunnel through Tripoli, its ancient castle, reflects colonial political domination on the city's cultural legacy. However, next, she also mentioned that since the creation of the Red Castle Tunnel, it became one of Tripoli's landmarks. Then the monarchy period, during the monarchy period, after departure of the Italian colonization and the subsequent English-French administration that lasted 9 years, Libya obtained its independence and became a united kingdom for 18 years. According to Giroshi 2020, the kingdom period witnessed political stability and urban development left by the colonizers was utilized to provide the need of the citizens who flocked to the city of Tripoli to seek education and job opportunities. Next. In 1969, following the military coup, the political system in Libya changed from a monarchy to public and was eventually dominated by a dictatorial regime lasted 42 years. The 1970s redevelopment projects were imposed during the 1970s by the same regime. The construction of the highway and it included filling in big area of the harbor to create a new, a big or a huge highway in front of the city's historic center. And that led to leave the historic land, historic waterfront abandoned, and also to avoid the dryness of the castle's walls, an idea of creating artificial.
Sorry to interrupt. Yes. You have 3 minutes left.
3 minutes, okay. So we can go further quickly. I'm sorry for this delay. You can jump this. So this is the change. And now the results of the 1970s, the redevelopment. I will step by this. So this shows how the disfiguring of Tripoli's Red Castle Tunnel, how it was before 1970s and how it became now. Next. This one of the lost. Okay, next you have the slides now, you can read. The historic waterfront, you can see now, please, there are 2 animations here. So it shows the street before the coastal road, and then this is the area that was filled in, and this is the new highway. Next. Yes. These images show the demolished historic buildings in that area. Sorry, go to the next. Yeah. Next. Yes, the animation, please, Ms. Fatma. Yes. So this is the change between before and after, and also next. So this is how it how the historic center now looks like, how it was characterized by its serene atmosphere and historic character, and how it is now chaotic place and has a lot of traffic jams. We can go to the conclusion now. So despite their scope of significance, the changes that occurred in Tripoli's historic center during the 1970s, 1980s have received scant attention, and there has been little exploration of how these changes influenced the city's urban cultural legacy. As Libya is a member of several cultural organizations and has a local preservation and urban planning regulations in place that explicitly prohibit the destruction of historic sites, the transformation of Tripoli's historic center underscores a notable disconnect between legal frameworks and actual implementation. Accordingly, the primary practical implication of the case of Tripoli is to enforce Libyan historic preservation laws and practices. This is a crucial step to prevent the recurrence of hasty urban planning decisions that could endanger the cultural heritage of Libyan cities. On the other hand, enhancing public awareness and integrating a curriculum on historic preservation into Libyan universities are crucial steps to foster preservation initiatives. I think there's another point. Is there? Okay. Despite the unfortunate loss of Tripoli's iconic landmarks, the field of historic preservation offers promising strategies and techniques to restore the lost cultural heritage. Consequently, it is feasible to recover and return Tripoli's historic center to its former glory, much as it was prior to the interventions of the 1970s. Sorry for the confusion. I feel I need some rest. I didn't sleep at all, and now the problem with the technology. I'm sorry. I hope the idea is clear.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aida. This was interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aida.
Thank you.
We will move now to Q&A with Dr. May.
Yeah, thank you so much for all our presenters. All are very interesting topics and discussions. And it has been like an international tour regarding different case studies around the world, which is very interesting and important discussion that we need all to think about and reflect after we finish. So can we just start by questions? If anyone has any questions to our presenters, can you please raise your hand and open your mic and ask the question, please? We have 10 minutes for questions, so we can have a little bit of time to think and reflect on that. I think I have one question I can start with. I can ask Mohammed regarding his presentation. I wanted to ask you, there were a lot of challenges that you have presented, and some of them are natural risks and some of them are man-made risks. And I wanted you to ask, can you give an example regarding the policy and its challenges in terms of implications? You said that there is a lack of policies that are being implemented regarding those protecting the heritage sites there. So can you just give an example that what was there and how it was difficult or translated in a different way in terms of the reality?
Okay, so basically in Bangladesh, in archaeological perspective, we have two legislation. One is 1968, another one is 1972. So both two of the legislation, they are not mentioned. How can stakeholder engagement with archaeological heritage? So when someone just take initiative to engage this kind of initiative, they can't because of the lacking of legislation. And another one is when someone take initiative, the legislation just stop this type of initiative because this is not mentioned in their area. So maybe you need to change our policy, you need to change our legislation also for safeguarding our heritage in mass level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed, for that. This was insightful. Thank you. Any other questions regarding the rest of the presentation? Yes, hello.
Hi, I have a question to I have a question to MD Najmul Hassan. I just want to know which part of policy do you think we should change in Bangladesh for heritage?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Basically, I'm from archaeology student. So very recent time, I'm just thinking about scientific analysis in archaeological materials. So I just talk about site managers for permission, but he just tell me in our legislation we cannot get approved for these issues. So yeah, this kind of initiative also. And another one is in Bangladesh, we cannot see any NGO work on heritage safeguarding or awareness. So we should be more focused on it. Yeah, we have some legislation issues. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
I have a question for Aida, if that's all right.
Yes, please.
Thanks a lot, Aida, for the presentation. Always the urban transformation of Libya is something really fascinating for me. I have to say that my first-hand experience is always through my PhD students. That's it. Hopefully, I would love to go there one day and be on the ground myself. But what, you know, understanding the state of destruction of heritage that happened in Libya across the past years, you know, how is this dealt with? I know this is a little bit of a broad question, but, you know, how is the preservation, how is the anti-destruction actions being dealt with at the moment? Who's the decision maker at the moment? Is it the people? I am aware of many NGOs and community groups that are doing excellent work on the ground at the moment. But officially, how is this progressing and where this is going? And is there any correlation between the protection of the heritage and the urban transformation that you have been talking, because that has been long historically been there, but how are both of them working together, if there's any connection between them?
Okay, there is no connection.
Yeah,
I will explain. But I will explain why.
And this is the case and situation everywhere. But
yeah, I hope that my presentation be better than this because it explains more, and that's why maybe this is one of the questions. And I appreciate that you ask this question. It's an important one because yes, we have this abnormal situation. And I'm an activist. I found myself an activist talking about this issue all the time and trying to warn. And because I studied historic preservation, the problem is that, as I mentioned, the political domination and the political instability of the country has a big influence on Tripoli or Libya's situation regarding preserving its cultural legacy. So the problem is that, as I tried to give that impression that we don't control anything, it's all at the hand or in the hand of the stakeholders, whatever they are, if they are colonizers, if they are dictatorships, if they are now people who are not aware of what we are talking about. So it's all the same situation with different faces, whatever. Yeah. So historic preservation is not taught in Libya. We don't have any, or we don't have a single course or curriculum taught about historic preservation. Myself, I studied historic preservation here in the US. I have no idea about it. I had no idea about it. So you can imagine now, if you talk about with even the professors there, they don't understand what I'm talking about. They don't accept that. They want to re-innovate. They want to change. And we are in a big fight. It's not a fight, but it's a challenge. How to convince people. I think Ms. Fatma knows everything and she follows my...
Yeah, I'm asking the question for Fatma, so...
Yeah,
I mean, it's
my situation
so
with my research.
It's so sorry. It's so sorry because we have the old city, as I mentioned. It's not just a historic city. It's an archaeological city. It's a Phoenician settlement that was established in the 7th century before Christ, as I mentioned. So no one cares. It's all renovated. They're all renovating. People who are on behalf of these things have no idea about anything. They don't accept any advices or even to work with them for free, just accept my instructions, but they don't care. And for the other side, which is the urban planning department, they don't care about the historic parts of the city. They want everything to be new, modern and postmodern, and that's all what they because that's what they look at, what they see much attractive for people, for economy, you know, these things. Historic preservation and urbanization is my area of study, and I'm focusing on the challenge between or the intersection between these two sciences. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. I have one more question for Ala, if Ala is still with us. Ala Ababna?
Yeah.
Hi, Ala. How are you doing? Good?
Yeah, good.
Really exciting work on the aqueduct in Gadara. I'm really interested in the work and the recording and documentation that you and your team have been involved in. I'm not sure if you're aware of the work we are doing in Qais itself, the site itself, but I'm really interested to know much about what is the ongoing impact of the recording and documentation. What is anticipated to be the outcome of that after the laser scanning and the LiDAR scanning? How is this information used in the future for protection?
Okay, after we finish the laser scanning documentation, the tunnel is opening for the tourists and yes. And I think
but what did you find from the recording? What was the main information coming out of it? Is it safe now for tourists?
It's
this
safe,
contributing to the sustainable tourism of Gadara?
Our result is result the safe of all parts, but some part is we have more preventive and more work to more safe, but all result is good, and the tunnel is perfect for tourists and any activities in the sites.
Okay, excellent. And who will be the team behind this work?
Okay, the laser scanning in Jadara is my master thesis with Dr. Abdullah Rawabdi and Dr. Sahar Hassan, if you know.
Right. So you did it yourself.
Yeah.
Right.
I scan all the tunnel for myself.
For your thesis. Oh, that's an excellent job. Well done. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, now we need to have some discussions afterwards about this. No, but well done. I don't have any more questions. Over to May.
Thank you so much. I think now, if anyone else has any questions, can you please raise your hands? No more questions. So I think this could be the space for us now to reflect on the whole session that we had today. Very interesting discussions from Lebanon, Bangladesh to Ethiopia, Nigeria, different contexts and different challenges. And still there are discussions that have been made regarding the memories of those heritage spaces, and then the heritage values regarding this, and what is the capacity regarding the different stakeholders and the policy makers in this kind of policy formulation process, and highlighting this kind of magnitude of this heritage significance in each context. I think this was very, very interesting for me. I think the other one was the discussion regarding Dr. Rohit when he was giving us examples regarding the recovery process that he had in Iraq. And this is very interesting because there have been a lot of claims regarding heritage conservation, and it is part of a professional practice that should be done by the expertise only. And this is a living evidence regarding how the community can be engaged and involved in this process and are able to be part of this heritage conservation process. So I think these are like the key takeaways from today, reflecting on different practices of heritage conservation and heritage management regarding the threats that is affecting the heritage side. So maybe this is the space for us all. It was very interesting and insightful conversation that we had to go back and reflect how we can learn from each other from those interesting discussions and practices that we have listened to today. So thank you so much for everybody who presented today. It was very interesting, and we're looking forward to all of your projects and work in the future. So thank you, and over to Professor Jihan now.
Yeah, I will just second everything Dr. May mentioned. Thank you very much, all of you, for the time. I know it's been a long day and we went beyond time, but I think the essence of us being here today is the learning and the exchange and the networking more than anything else. The series of seminars that we are presenting here, this is, as I mentioned at the start, this is our 5th seminar, and it's all organized by our amazing PhD cohort at the University of Leeds. So really well done to all of them, of understanding how to present, how to communicate ideas, how to share ideas, and how to know about each other's work. Also from our keynote speakers, Dr. Rohit and Dr. Dhirgham in the morning, I think there has been a lot of learning of expertise, empirical work on the ground, that sometimes, you know, this is the kind of work that nobody will find in a journal article or in a book. It has to be through this material and this kind of environment of exchange of ideas and presentations where we can see really excellent work happening on the ground that we would like to engage with. So I think this has been, I hope that this has been also beneficial and valuable for a lot of you attending today, or just even listening to some of the presentations, that it is providing that insightful knowledge for you in one way or another. It's even if you go and leave the event today with knowing 1 or 2 more PhD students or a scholar or a colleague from the team, I think that's also a win situation for everybody. I really enjoyed all the talks coming from all across the world. Despite I hated COVID, but one of the things that I loved about COVID, that we know Zoom and we know some online platforms that will have never allowed us all to be together. We started with about 48 speakers. I know that this number is going down and down. We're 25 now, and I can understand why, no problem. But I would say it has been a very excellent show up and turn up to the event today. So thank you very, very much for everybody who is holding until this late day. I know in the Middle East, it's a Friday, it's a holiday, it's a weekend. Everybody needs to be with your families, but I'm not going to hold you any more than this. But really, thank you very much. And hopefully our worlds will cross at some point in our future events. Please don't hesitate to get in touch with us. We will keep having our seminars regularly happening and announcing about them on Twitter. I just put our Twitter account and our LinkedIn account as well, just for any follow-up of future events. Please get in touch. Email us if you would like to talk about anything or about any future collaboration. That would be excellent as well. I hope, Fatma, that was very good for you as well. And I wish to thank you so much for organizing this today. I know it's been hard work of 3 months behind all this work, but well done, and thank you very much. Thank you to our speakers, to our keynote speakers, to everybody who is here, to anybody who just attended and still showing up here just to listen to the conversation and the presentations. Have a lovely weekend, everyone, and thank you so much. All the best.